Hey everyone, I sincerely appreciate your support. If you enjoy my audiobooks, I would be truly grateful if you could subscribe to the channel. And if you'd like to support even further, you're welcome to become a Patreon member, where you can access audiobooks of novels as long as they are freely available on the internet. Your kindness and support mean so much. Thank you.
This is the ending we've been waiting for, Jason muttered, rubbing his tired eyes as he turned off the living room television. 6 episodes, and nothing happened that we didn't already predict. A longtime fan of The Walking Dead, Jason had followed the series since its early days, re-watching episodes, reading fan theories, dissecting every detail. But this latest installment? It left a bitter taste. The finale was lackluster, predictable, and worst of all, wasted potential. The mysterious CRM, once a source of endless intrigue and speculation, had been reduced to a hollow shadow of what it could have been. Its arc ended not with a bang, but with a disappointing whimper. Jason sighed, sinking deeper into the couch. All that build-up for that. Resigned, he reached for his phone. The screen lit up with a soft glow. 3 in the morning, he grumbled. Guess I should sleep. Dragging himself to his bedroom, Jason lay down, but rest eluded him. His mind kept replaying the show's final scenes, haunted by how much better they could have been. If only I were in that world, he thought. I'd never make those dumb decisions. I'd fix everything. He imagined it vividly, rewriting the storylines, outmaneuvering enemies, building an empire that didn't collapse under ego or greed. He'd outthink the governor, dismantle the cannibals, outwit Negan, and most of all, redeem the CRM. I wouldn't be some selfish bastard chasing power, Jason whispered to the dark. I'd guide humanity the right way. He knew the world's threats. He knew how to stop them. He had plans, fail-safes, defenses, long-term strategies. And unlike the characters who perished due to weak writing, he wouldn't let sentiment cloud judgment. The more he thought about it, the more it burned. Why give up the CRM? He raged silently. It was the last structured hope for rebuilding society. With discipline, unity, and control, humanity could have had a future. Instead, they chose chaos. Again, Jason clenched his fists beneath the blanket, fury stirring beneath his exhaustion. By 5 a.m., sleep still refused to come. Then, ding, a notification, then another, and another. Jason groaned. He didn't have many people in his life, just a few old military friends, maybe an odd email or two. But now, his phone buzzed nonstop. What the hell? Reluctantly, he reached over and picked up the phone. The moment his fingers touched the screen, the world began to spin. His heart pounded. His vision darkened. The room around him dissolved into shadows. What's happening to me? His phone slipped from his hand. Then silence. Jason's world had just shifted irreversibly, though he didn't know it yet. The life he knew was over, and what waited for him on the other side was far more dangerous than any finale he had ever seen. My name's Jason, or at least it used to be. As far as I can tell, I'm about 25 years old now. Right now, I'm locked up in a military prison, serving time for crimes I didn't commit. I know what you're thinking. If you're in a military prison, you must have done something unforgivable. But that couldn't be further from the truth. Not mine, anyway. A few months ago, I blacked out of my apartment, mid-rant about the end of The Walking Dead. When I opened my eyes, I wasn't in my bed. I was in a solitary cell, wearing a different face in a body that didn't belong to me. The man whose skin I now wore had a different past, a different name, and a trail of secrets behind him. According to the records, he'd been court-martialed for insubordination during an overseas operation, accused of disobeying direct orders that could have compromised a critical military mission. But as I dug through the fragments of his memories, my memories now, I understood why he did it. Orders came down to wipe out a village. Civilians had seen something they weren't supposed to. To someone higher up, that made them a liability. He refused. And in the military, that kind of refusal isn't seen as honor. It's mutiny. And so, he was charged and thrown into the system. And then, he died, right before I woke up in his place. 6 months. That was the sentence. I got the last part of it. The only reason I wasn't rotting here for decades was because he'd signed a gag order, one of those take it to the grave documents. Disclose what happened, and they'd lock him away forever in some black site even the devil couldn't find. He wasn't perfect, but he wasn't a fool either. He kept his head down, survived just long enough for me to show up. At least he left me with a strong body and a battalion tattoo on my shoulder. Nothing about this new life made sense, but I knew one thing. Whoever he was, whatever he did, I'd have done the same. I didn't ask for this second chance, but now that I had it, I wasn't going to waste it. Just a few more days, I muttered, fingers brushing over the ink on my shoulder, my mind wandering through ghosts and what-ifs. This prison wasn't like the civilian kind. Here, your days started at dawn with drills, chores, and military retraining. Most inmates had a shot at reintegration. I wasn't one of them. My crime, his crime, made that clear. No promotions, no forgiveness, just silence and survival. Still, I couldn't shake the feeling, like storm clouds gathering. Something was coming, something worse. "Yo, Jason," a familiar voice cut through the tension. I looked up. Tommy, tall, fair-skinned, and built like a tank. He was one of the few guys I trusted in here. Talked too much, but meant well. "You're almost out." The guys and I were wondering, what did you really do to end up in this dump? I leaned back on the bench in the outdoor rec yard, watching the sun melt into the horizon. "I signed a silence clause," I replied, deadpan. "If I talk, they'll bury me somewhere no one ever finds me." Tommy scoffed. "Please, everyone here signed one of those. This place is a damn vault of classified screw-ups." Still, I trailed off. "Let it go, Tommy," another voice interrupted. Butcher, lean, sharp-tongued, the so-called politician of the yard. Always circling conversations like a hawk. Always knowing too much. Tommy glared. "Stay out of it, Butcher." I stood up, surprising both of them. Maybe it was time I said something. I didn't want to wipe out a village full of civilians just because they saw something they shouldn't have. That's why I'm here. The yard fell silent. Tommy looked away. Butcher didn't speak for once. I wasn't ashamed. I made peace with it. These guys? They weren't strangers to disobedience. Some had pulled drones off target. Others had refused questionable commands. In a place like this, morality wasn't weakness. It was survival. "You're screwed, no doubt," Butcher finally said. "But with your skills, private security firms will line up to hire you. They love guys with clean kills and dirty consciences." "I don't know," I replied, half smiling. "Maybe I'll just buy a farm. Live quietly. Grow tomatoes or something." They laughed, but I meant it. I didn't want more blood on my hands. Not if I could help it. A guard approached. "Jason, come with me. The rest of you move out." "Now," I asked. "Isn't it lunchtime? You might be going home early." "Let's move." That set off alarm bells. My release wasn't due for another few days. I memorized the date. I'd carved it into the inside of my mind. "Why now? Call expedited. You got friends in high places." We walked through the halls until I was led into a small room. A man stood waiting, decorated, authoritative. "Colonel Anderson." "Colonel?" I asked, surprised. "I said I'd get you out early, didn't I?" He smiled. "You pulled strings? Only for you. No one else." I don't know what to say. "Then don't. Just live your life, Jason. Don't look back." I nodded, saluted. "Thank you, sir." I signed a few documents, collected my things, and just like that, I was out. No banners. No welcome. No family waiting. Just me, the wind, and a world I didn't belong to. Kings County, Georgia. In a cruiser parked on a rural stretch of road, two men sat eating fast food and talking shop. "Swear to God, if that jackass cuts me off again, I'll knock his damn teeth in." One of them grumbled. "Shane, chill out." The other laughed. There are idiots everywhere. Jason didn't know it yet, but these men, Rick and Shane, were destined to be at the heart of the story he once watched unfold on television. He was in their town now. As Jason wandered through a nearby shopping center, searching for something cold to drink, he muttered to himself, maybe the farm idea is not so smart after all. He had no idea that fate had just dropped him into a world on the verge of collapse, and that he wasn't just a spectator anymore. He was part of the show. That aimless walk was something Jason needed. At least now, he could imagine which path to take after returning to a reality he wasn't familiar or prepared for. Of course, he He recognized the year and knew a few things that could earn him a lot of money if events unfolded as they had in his own future. After all, he was about 15 years behind what used to be his timeline. But first, he needed water. He had walked many miles without realizing it. That's why he entered the convenience store he found in this county he'd arrived in, a place whose name he didn't even know. The convenience store was a typical size, but surprisingly well-stocked. From what he noticed, the owner was a very kind, middle-aged woman who greeted him warmly as soon as he walked in. Walking through the frozen section, Jason grabbed a popsicle and began eating it. He didn't have much cash on him at the moment, but this wasn't a problem he couldn't handle. While thinking about what to do, an old woman stopped with her cart and said, "Hey, you can't eat the ice cream without paying for it. I'm going to tell a worker. Don't worry about it. I'm the owner's son." Jason paid no attention to the grumpy old lady. The best way to think was by eating something, and he didn't have the energy to argue over a popsicle that cost less than $2. Just as the old woman was heading to the counter, a heated argument grew louder and louder. When Jason approached, the store owner at the register was arguing with a man. Jason stood to the side and listened closely to the argument. Apparently, the man had bought frozen meat and a bottle of vinegar to cook at home, but one of the employees had given him apple cider vinegar instead of the one he originally asked for. The man just wanted a refund, but the store owner kindly asked him to purchase the other bottle of vinegar since it wasn't her fault and the vinegar had already been opened and used. It seemed this wasn't clear to the customer, and the argument escalated. Behind Jason, near the two sources of conflict, stood two police officers, Rick and Shane. Rick was pondering something, while Shane held his head in disbelief, not understanding why the argument was so loud. "You opened the bottle of vinegar. Even if we made a mistake by giving you the wrong product, don't you know how to check what you're buying before opening it? Besides, it seems you didn't dislike the vinegar since you used half the bottle." The owner's comments made the customer's face turn green. Out of words, the man, still shouting, lost his patience and threw the vinegar bottle at the employee who had made the mistake. The store owner, unwilling to let anyone harm her workers, responded by throwing eggs at the man's face. Jason watched all of this in surprise. He didn't know whether to be impressed by the old lady's nerve or by the fact that even the police weren't stopping the argument. At that moment, Shane, who had his back to Jason, turned around, leaving Jason breathless. "John Bernthal? Wait, am I on a film set?" Jason, recognizing Shane, looked around for cameras. But after carefully inspecting the place, he found none, and John's demeanor didn't seem staged. Moments later, Rick also turned around, trying to calm the man who was now on the verge of starting a physical fight, and Jason took a step back in shock. "Is this a joke?" Jason looked around, and suddenly, a man in a black hoodie caught his attention with his suspicious movements. Jason wasn't stupid. Clearly, this person intended to steal something while the chaos in the convenience store was at its peak. Confused and increasingly overwhelmed, Jason, who still couldn't logically explain what he was witnessing, found himself fixated on the man's actions. If someone were to ask him later, Jason wouldn't be able to explain why he acted the way he did. Perhaps it was the initial shock of seeing two of his favorite actors dressed as characters he knew so well that led Jason to address the potential problem in front of him, setting aside the more intriguing one. The man in the black hoodie pretended to be aimlessly wandering, slowly making his way toward the store's door, appearing just as interested in the argument at the counter as the other customers. After stuffing a few more items into his pockets, the man, thinking he had pulled off the theft of the century, turned around and headed for the exit. But the unexpected happened. A strong, long arm suddenly grabbed him, and a chilling voice spoke beside him. "Hey, buddy, planning to leave without paying? Don't you know stealing is illegal and could land you in prison or with a hefty fine?" Although the man in the hoodie appeared calm on the surface, he was extremely nervous. After all, there were two police officers standing not far from the door. He hadn't expected a random stranger to grab his arm. Initially, he tried to free himself, but the grip was too strong. Jason instinctively glanced at Rick and Shane and noticed their attention was still elsewhere. He was confused, swearing these were people he knew quite well. But first, he needed to deal with the thief. "Let me go," Do you think people will believe I wasn't involved if I let you go? That's a risk I'm not willing to take. Jason had no intention of releasing the thief now that he had intervened. Seeing that Jason wouldn't let go, the man in the hoodie pulled out a small knife in his right hand and aimed it at Jason's wrist. Damn meddling idiot. The next second, Jason, seeing the knife headed for his wrist, violently yanked the man in the hoodie. Despite the thief's weight, Jason sent him flying through the air, crashing near the counter where Rick was trying to calm the store owner. Looks like the training paid off, Jason thought as he walked toward the man lying on the floor. At that moment, Rick also noticed a man who had fallen into a stack of drinks beside him. Tilting his head, he saw the man in the black hoodie holding a knife. Shane instinctively drew his weapon and shouted, "Don't move! Drop the knife!" The man in the hoodie, stunned from a fall, was about to get up and punch the meddling idiot who had thrown him. But when he saw someone pointing a gun at him, he froze. Damn it! After assessing the situation, he dropped the knife and skillfully placed his hands behind his head as if he were familiar with police commands. But his eyes remained fixed on Jason, and he silently mouthed, "You're dead." Jason understood the message, but only let out a dry laugh. He secretly raised the middle finger of his right hand and pointed it toward the man in the black hoodie. At this moment, Rick, the old woman, and the man involved in the dispute noticed everything happening behind them. Rick, for his part, kicked the knife near the man in the black hoodie against the wall to prevent any accidents. The man who had been complaining about the vinegar suddenly stopped talking, muttered something under his breath, and walked out of the store without causing further commotion. What happened? Why is this guy suddenly lying in front? Before the two could exchange words, a tall man dressed in military attire, standing nearby, spoke up. "Officers, I can explain. While you were resolving the issue with the civilians, I noticed this person taking advantage of the chaos to steal items from a store. When I saw he was about to flee, I tried to stop him with kind words. I didn't expect this guy to be dumb enough to attack me with a knife, so I had no choice but to use force. I didn't think he'd end up right beside you, putting you at risk, and for that, I apologize." The man in military attire, who had now become a hero, was Jason. In addition to carrying a backpack, he was eating a popsicle. Not wanting to take the blame, he emphasized that he had no choice but to act, his eyes fixed on the police officers. Rick looked at Jason, who still had chocolate on his lips. After a moment of silence, Rick turned his head and spotted many store items stuffed into the pockets of the man, lying on the ground with his hands behind his head. "Shane, got it." The two were in sync, and a pair of handcuffs quickly secured the wrists of the man in the black hoodie. After removing all the stolen goods from him, Shane restrained the young man and nodded at Jason, clapping him on the shoulder. "Well done, buddy." Rick turned to the store owner and said, "Patricia, it seems the man complaining about the vinegar has left, so this matter is settled. We need to take the thief back to the station, so we'll be leaving now." Before Patricia could respond, Rick turned to Jason and said, "Sir, thank you for your brave actions. It's no less than expected from someone in the military. Thank you for your service. It was the least I could do." Jason rubbed the back of his neck, knowing it wasn't necessary to share with everyone that he had been dishonorably discharged. Rick smiled, nodded, and said, "I'm not sure if you have time. While we're all grateful, I still need to take an official statement. If you're busy, you can stop by the station another day." "It's fine. I've got nothing to do right now. I'll cooperate with whatever you need," Jason replied, all the while thinking about everything that had happened with Rick. Those lingering thoughts of being in a dream had now turned into reality. When Jason noticed the badge on Rick's chest, he understood where he was. The year matched the onset of chaos when this world descended into hell because of the undead. Suddenly, all of Jason's plans crumbled. The reality he believed in became a distant illusion. "Sir, please follow me," Rick said as he began walking toward the exit and the police car parked not far away. Jason followed Rick with a confused expression. As someone who knew the main storyline, he wasn't at all excited about what he had just discovered. This coincidence had undoubtedly opened his eyes and perhaps even saved his life. Now, knowing where he was and what was to come, his heart raced uncontrollably. Without a doubt, the world was playing a cruel joke on him. Reality hit Jason like a hammer, mercilessly and swiftly. He wanted to scream, but the breath caught in his throat. Automatically, he handed over his ID to Rick, who was taking his statement as the primary witness to the crime committed by the man in custody. Jason glanced at Shane, who asked him numerous questions about his service and what he was doing in the county. Jason answered everything, but his tone was dry, as if talking was the last thing he wanted to do. At one point, Jason, who had lost track of time, forced a smile. "Thanks again for your cooperation, Jason. Do you need us to take you anywhere?" Shane asked, looking at Jason's ID, noticing he seemed to be wandering aimlessly. As a former soldier who had served his country, Shane felt genuinely concerned that Jason might not have anywhere to go. "That's very kind of you, officer, but I'm just here to visit an old friend before heading to Atlanta. Right now, I prefer to walk and clear my head. Call us by our names, and know you're welcome here in this county. If you ever run into trouble or need help, don't hesitate to call us," Rick said, handing Jason his personal number, which Jason quickly accepted. "All right, Rick, I won't hold you up any longer. Have a good day. Take care, and don't forget to alert the police if you encounter another situation like this. It's not good to take risks like you just did," Rick said before turning and walking toward the police car. Shane, seated in the driver's seat, waved at Jason, who waved back. Watching Rick walk away, Jason felt grateful for the conversation with these remarkable people. Knowing there were no cameras around, he was sure of where he was. While there wasn't much to confirm, he knew enough. "We'll meet again, Rick Grimes." At this moment, Jason, who just wanted to scream, told himself that time was of the essence. It was time to truly worry about what would happen to this world in just a few months. When he returned to the convenience store to pay his bill, Patricia, who thanked him, handed him a black phone, thinking it belonged to him. Jason accepted it. He wasn't sure why, but now that he had taken it, he simply walked away. Jason suspected the person he had taken down was a gangster. Rick mentioned that the guy had a lengthy criminal record and might be connected to a local gang. After roughly going through the phone's information, Jason found some useful clues about who he had crossed paths with. Anyway, by the time that idiot gets out, the world will probably be in chaos, and someone else will deal with him, Jason muttered as he wiped away the chocolate from the popsicle he'd eaten. People often told the old Jason that he worried too much about things that hadn't happened yet. Perhaps now, as the new Jason in control of this body, he wasn't so different. Maybe that connection had brought him here. And now that he knew exactly which path to take, he thought the world was asking him to do something for it before it was consumed by desolation. Jason knew exactly what he needed to do now. In no time, Jason began moving through the county. His first stop was a hotel, where he took a shower and changed into fresh clothes he had recently purchased at a local store. He needed to draw as little attention as possible now that he was about to move strategically in a fight for his survival. After all, he was racing against the clock, a race he could not afford to lose. He had thought long and hard, and the only way to get large amounts of money quickly was to steal it. And no, this wasn't about robbing a bank or anything of the sort. It turned out that the phone he had taken from the man in the black hoodie belonged to a gang that had recently become very active in Atlanta. From what Jason could gather, the man's role within the gang was basically that of an errand boy for a criminal cell. As he scrolled through the messages in search of something valuable, Jason came across a particularly interesting chat. Once he understood what it was about, he decided to get involved. "Pongo, Pluto, the green grass will be delivered under the abandoned bridge. This time, you'll go with a new guy to train him and get him accustomed to the business." "Pluto, just the two of us?" "Pongo, we've already discussed this. You handle the errand work, and you won't be short on money in your pocket. Train the new guy so you can move up in the organization." "Pluto, anything else?" "Pongo, be more cautious this time. The Atlanta feds are breathing down your neck. You need to hide the green grass warehouses, and that means a lot of work for us. Pongo, once you receive the package, take it to the workshop. We'll relocate it from there. The new guy will be waiting for you outside Martha's laundromat." "Pluto, got it." Jason quickly realized that Pluto was the man in the black jacket who had visited the police station a few hours ago, while Pongo was that idiot's boss. I guess the money wasn't all that attractive. Pluto didn't even have enough for basic stuff like snacks, Jason murmured, hatching a plan that could either go very well or disastrously wrong. He had, of course, replied to the messages. He wanted to see if there was something in it for him. As it turned out, there was an opportunity to rob these criminals. That was the kind of person Jason was, a determined man with a clear mind. He intended to gather as much money as possible to prepare for what lay ahead. His first desperate attempt would be to rob these people. Naturally, there was a risk of dying, but time wasn't on his side. He preferred to take the risk, as the potential rewards were immense. In this world, if he couldn't accomplish such a straightforward goal, then he wasn't ready for the future. His confidence lay in his military experience, both on and off the battlefield. In both of his lives, Jason had killed. He was no stranger to the feeling of taking a life. The mortal sin, as many called it, had been committed by Jason's hands long ago. Back then, he had mistakenly believed he was fighting for the right side. In that regard, a part of Jason had died long ago, even before he arrived in this new reality. That's why, in simple terms, if he couldn't secure money for more optimal plans, Jason had no idea what he would do next. Thus, he was willing to take these risks, and that's exactly what he planned to do tonight. After getting ready, Jason rummaged through his backpack and quickly found a black military knife, long, sharp, and sheathed, perfect for use if needed. Looking at himself in the mirror, Jason, who felt an unprecedented weight pressing down on his shoulders, walked toward the hotel room door. The county was small. He didn't have to ask around much to figure out where the laundromat was, the spot where the new guy would pick him up. Truthfully, if the new guy recognized who Pluto was, Jason would need to be far more ruthless from the start, and he wasn't exactly eager to spill blood before ensuring he could get the money. Eventually, a black car pulled up. The window rolled down, and a man sitting in the driver's seat said, "Pongo sent me. Are you the guy who's going to teach me?" "Yes, Pluto told me you're the new guy. Are you ready to learn the ropes?" Jason kept his cool. If the situation didn't feel right, he would leave without hesitation. "I'm ready, brother. I'll learn everything, starting now," the man said with an eager grin. Jason raised his eyebrows, slightly surprised. He hadn't expected it to be this easy. Although his outfit was similar to what the man in the black hoodie had worn, Jason hadn't imagined the process would go so smoothly. "I'll teach you what you need. Let's get moving first." Acting as if everything was natural, Jason got into the car. During the drive, the man, whose name was Daniel, asked a lot of questions about the business. Although he had been given an introduction, he wanted advice from someone more experienced. "You just need to stay calm, don't ask questions you shouldn't, and don't let your emotions get involved in this business. Otherwise, you'll end up dead." Jason didn't actually know much about the business. He was already questioning whether it had been a good idea to get involved. But he did know about criminals, so he answered based on that. "I've heard that a lot." Daniel nodded seriously, taking the advice to heart. Jason reminded himself during the entire trip that the benefits weren't just for his own survival. They would also help him save the people he chose to protect. Even if he had tens of thousands of dollars in his bank account, it wasn't enough. He needed more, and this was the perfect opportunity to get it. As they headed into the Atlanta suburbs, Jason realized the trip to the meeting point would take longer. He needed to keep a cool head. He knew his skills were exceptional, far superior to those of an average person. As a former Special Forces operative, Jason had no hesitation when it came to killing. He was trained in hand-to-hand combat, which made him a lethal machine capable of achieving whatever he set his mind to. As he browsed through the phone, Jason discovered several things from the photos that had been taken. The gang that Idiot had belonged to was despicable. Not only were they involved in money laundering, but they were also deeply entrenched in the drug trade. This group of scum undoubtedly needed to meet their end. "Looks like we arrived before everyone else," Daniel said as he turned off the car under the bridge and lit a cigarette. "I thought you'd be darker, but I guess not. Lately, I've been using a skin lightening cream. I'll recommend it to you once we're done with this," Jason replied coldly. As time passed, Jason silently observed the peaceful surroundings, feeling uneasy about what was about to unfold. "I wish everything could stay this calm forever." "What did you say?" Daniel asked, confused. "Looks like they're here. Let's make this quick so we can get back and have an early dinner." Jason stepped out of the car and waited silently for the opposing group to appear. A black truck pulled up not far away, coming from the opposite direction where Jason and Daniel stood. A dark-skinned man got out and began walking toward them. "Are you Pongo's men?" the man asked coldly, his eyes scrutinizing Jason, who immediately gave him a bad feeling. "Yeah, that's us," Daniel replied casually and added, "We're here for the package. We were told time is a priority, so you'd better hurry up." The man stared at Jason for a moment, spat on the ground, and pulled out his phone. "Pongo, you bastard, did you seriously send just 2 of your guys? You know how important this money is. You'd better not lose it, or the boss will cut your damn head off." "Yeah, I don't give a damn that you trust these guys." "Fine, screw you, you black piece of shit." Jason watched silently, keeping his thoughts to himself. He knew these men were dangerous and that he had to tread carefully. 2 guys who can barely wipe their own asses show up to pick up the money. "Damn it, unload the packages," the man shouted angrily, glancing behind him and signaling to his men that it was safe to bring the money out. The truck parked in the distance slowly moved closer, and 2 more men got out. From their expressions, it was obvious they were heavily drugged. "Open the trunk." Jason maintained a calm demeanor as he eyed the 10 suitcases. Walking over to the trunk, he watched as the men carefully loaded the cases. "Hey, check the cases and make sure everything's in order," Jason said, looking at the man standing at a distance. "What do you want to check?" "That one. Looks like one of the cases is open." At that, the man quickly walked over, and Jason seized the moment to plunge a knife into his throat. Slash! As Jason struck, he felt nothing. His next movements were swift and deliberate. Without hesitation, he grabbed the pistol tucked into the belt of the man he had just stabbed, who was now desperately trying to stop Jason from taking it. "You son of a bitch. I knew it. You're not part of the gang." In seconds, the nearest man to the dark-skinned one tried to pull his gun, but Jason, quicker on the draw, shot him twice in the head. Bang! Bang! The last man, horrified at the sight of his 2 fallen companions, looked at Jason in shock and fumbled to pull his own weapon. His movements were clumsy, slow, and uncoordinated. That was the effect of the drugs dulling his nervous system and survival instincts. Even though he felt fear, his body couldn't respond quickly. Bang! Slash! 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 Before the man could aim his weapon, Jason rushed him and stabbed him multiple times in the throat. The knife in Jason's hands moved fluidly, as if he were accustomed to slicing through flesh. Seconds later, the man, who had tried to fire one last shot, felt his strength drain away. Moments after, he collapsed to the ground, bleeding out. Was it that easy? Reflecting on what he had just done, Jason kicked the guns away from the hands of the criminals and turned his attention to Daniel, who was just a bystander, and the next person who had to go. "Was that part of the plan?" Daniel asked, staring at the bodies on the ground. His body trembled as he processed what had just unfolded. "Sorry, Daniel, but I have to ensure my survival." With that, Jason pulled the trigger and fired. Bang! A criminal like Daniel, with no moral compass, would only create more chaos once the law and order collapsed. It was better to eliminate him now and avoid future trouble. Loading the suitcases into Daniel's car trunk, Jason transferred them to the black truck and secured them. He glanced at the guns on the ground and decided to take them, along with the cash from the wallets of the lifeless men. In this world, it was kill or be killed by people like them. Jason knew he had to be resolute now more than ever. The faster he adapted to this mindset, the easier it would be to survive in the near future. Staring at the bodies on the ground, Jason felt nothing. He climbed into the truck, knowing he had to leave before someone alerted the police about the gunshots. Starting the truck, he quickly left the area, seizing the moment and thinking about the future. He would make good use of the money he had been gifted, but first, he needed to find out where the vaults of this criminal cell were located. If he had the chance to raid them, he would. After all, no matter how much money he had, it would never be enough before the world fell apart. Good morning. We report on a disturbing discovery in the suburbs of Atlanta. This morning, police confirmed the discovery of at least 4 bodies under a bridge in a remote area of the city. While authorities have not yet confirmed the exact circumstances, the initial lines of investigation point to a possible violent confrontation, which could be linked to criminal activities, such as disputes between criminal groups. According to initial reports, the events likely took place during the previous night. However, the case remains under investigation, and authorities have been cautious in revealing additional information as they gather more evidence. Our correspondent, Antonio Sanchez, is already at the scene to provide us with the latest details. Stay tuned for more updates. In a motel room, the news was playing on the television, while the bathroom door was slightly ajar and the sound of the shower could be heard. The sun shone onto the bed through the curtains. This should have been a very warm image, but due to the metallic gleam reflected by the various weapons and gear placed beside the bed, it exuded a chilling atmosphere. Jason approached the bed with a bathrobe wrapped around his waist and pulled several large suitcases out from under the bed. Money. Most of the suitcases were filled with green bills, while some contained weapons. Yesterday, he had taken significant risks, yet surprisingly, he didn't feel scared or nervous, as if what he had just done didn't mean much to him. This world was far crueler than anyone could now imagine, and if it weren't for the walkers that would soon flood the streets, Jason wouldn't be so desperate to prepare for the end of the world. What he needed now was people, trustworthy individuals willing to work alongside him and survive the events that would unfold in possibly weeks or even days. Of course, the idea of working alone had crossed his mind, but considering all the things he needed to accomplish, he was forced to find a small group of helpers to begin his survival plans. Thus, the easiest way to find people willing to work with him would be from his short list of contacts. Last night, Tommy had called him, mentioning that he had just gotten out of military prison and wanted to grab a drink. Jason knew Tommy would be a good starting point. Being a former Navy member, there wasn't a better companion. Along with him, Billy Butcher and a few other military colleagues who would soon be released from military prison wanted to meet up. But while he thought about how to tell them about what was about to happen in the world, he needed to gather supplies, and the easiest way to do so was through the dark web. For that, he needed a good computer. That's why Jason began to move according to his needs. The metropolitan city of Atlanta. In an urban area of Atlanta, tall, beautiful buildings could be seen, and the roads on both sides were packed with people and traffic. Everything seemed as normal as any other day. It was incredible to think that a virus would soon strike this world and bring down the governments of the world's strongest countries in such a short time. Every minute, as one would expect in a city like this, ambulances rushed by. Even though the environment was extremely noisy and mostly normal for everyone else, Jason, who was here only to buy a computer, couldn't stay calm. After all, this world would soon descend into chaos. Is this the right place to buy a computer? Looking at the large shopping mall with crowds of people coming and going, Jason wondered to himself, feeling a bit uneasy. Let's do this quickly. Jason was not very comfortable in places with large crowds. Although he wasn't afraid of the walkers from the original story, one single mistake could cost him dearly. He had seen experienced men get bitten and infected, whether through lack of attention or otherwise. He knew he wasn't immortal and needed to be cautious. At that moment, just as he was about to look for a store that sold computers, a loud noise erupted, and Jason instinctively turned his head to look in the direction of the commotion. Quickly, he saw a large, dark-skinned man kneeling helplessly near the entrance of a shopping mall, his chest heaving as he panted violently. His whole body trembled, the blood vessels in his eyes showing a deep red and red blood spilling from his mouth. A series of symptoms that made him appear very frightening. Everyone around him knew this person likely had the new type of infectious disease that had recently appeared in internet news. They all covered their mouths and noses as they moved away from the area. Of course, for the bystanders, this man was sick and needed help. But Jason didn't think the same way. He instinctively reached into his jacket to grip his knife, the only thing accompanying him on this quick trip. Call the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention. We need to request an ambulance. What had happened here caught the attention of nearby patrolling police officers. Jason saw them approach quickly with a walkie-talkie and immediately call for an ambulance. When they reached the large, dark-skinned man, they handcuffed him without explanation. This action by the police sparked strong dissatisfaction among the black men nearby. Just because he's black, you cuff him? That's police brutality. We're recording this, and it's going online, you bastards. Black Lives Matter. Those with calmer tempers urged the police to remove the cuffs quickly, while the hot-tempered ones cursed on the side and started throwing things. Some of the officers even had weapons in hand, as if they were prepared to respond to aggression should anyone try to attack them with more than soda cans. One officer, looking coldly at the crowd surrounding him, drew his gun without explaining the situation, silently warning everyone not to do anything rash. Jason, observing this, thought that perhaps some areas were being warned well in advance of the outbreak. Maybe that's why the police's behavior was so severe. After a while, an ambulance arrived with a beep-beep sound not far from the scene. At this point, the large black man seemed to have lost his mind, his body convulsing wildly as he continued to scream loudly. That's when the people insisting he be released stopped. Clearly, this dark-skinned individual was very ill. Many even believed it was rabies and moved even farther from the area. Soon, many people arrived, and it took a significant amount of manpower to place the man on a stretcher. When the ambulance left, the crowd of onlookers, showing no emotion, gradually dispersed. The usual scene at the supermarket entrance resumed, as if nothing had happened. Witnessing the entire process, Jason suddenly became highly alert. A voice in his ear seemed to whisper that everything was beginning. It was highly likely that the CDC had already reported strange cases of a deadly and highly infectious disease spreading worldwide. Why do I always have this ominous feeling? Jason shook his head. Everyone was running out of time, and he needed to make the most of the little he had left. Although such things happened every day, he couldn't ignore even the smallest details around him. Unlike the people around him, who had more pressing matters to attend to. Interestingly, it wasn't that people were ignorant. They simply had too many problems in their lives to pay attention to what was happening around them. So if something were coming, they simply waited for it to arrive. But Jason didn't waste any more time. He quickly found a store that sold computers and entered without hesitation. Now that he had money, all he needed was to buy a device and leave. Almost immediately, his eyes landed on a Toshiba laptop that seemed to be in good condition. But just as he was about to pick it up, a voice sounded beside him. I wouldn't buy a Toshiba laptop if I were you. Their specs are terrible. I'd recommend an Asus A52F instead. They're the best on the market, in my opinion. Jason, still surrounded by anxiety, immediately turned his head to the side and saw a young man with glasses and a backpack hanging from his right shoulder. Looks like you know a thing or two about computers. Want to earn a few bucks setting this one up for me? I could do that, though it'd be wasted money. I'm Jason. You could just call me by my name. Jason introduced himself to the young man, who didn't seem older than 20. On second thought, his help might be useful in setting up the computer much faster. Tyler Thorpe. It'll be a pleasure to guide you into the world of technology, Tyler said with a wry smile as he shook Jason's hand. Then I thank you in advance. I'll make sure to pay you well. After paying for the purchase in cash, Jason got to know Tyler better. The young man was a computer science student. According to Tyler, he could use a computer effectively by leveraging all its capabilities, something most people didn't do with their devices. Inside a quiet coffee shop, Jason treated Tyler to a coffee while the latter set up the laptop. It was already 2 in the afternoon when Tyler finished configuring Jason's computer, but neither of them seemed to mind as they chatted leisurely. So, coming here from abroad just to study must be tough, right? Jason asked with a somewhat thoughtful expression. I don't have much of a relationship with my parents. After my mom left my dad, he remarried, and now our relationship is complicated. Tyler was very candid, sharing parts of his life naturally with a stranger he'd just met. Jason, who wasn't exactly eager to meet new people after realizing the state of the world, began to consider including Tyler in his plans. Can you help me buy things online? Jason asked. I need to get a lot of stuff as quickly as possible, and I want to do it online to save time. The delivery times will be tricky. What kind of stuff are you looking to buy? Tyler sipped his coffee calmly, his curiosity piqued. Important things for the end of the world. Do you think you can help me? Jason handed Tyler $500 and waited for his response. The other party had undoubtedly noticed his strange and rushed behavior, so Jason wasn't expecting much. "This isn't anything illegal, is it?" Tyler narrowed his eyes, clearly suspicious of Jason's intentions regarding these purchases. "Of course not." "Then you've got my help. Let's go to my apartment. This isn't the best place to talk comfortably." When Jason followed Tyler to his apartment, he entered with curiosity. Initially, he didn't think Tyler was that trustworthy, but when the young man opened the doors to his home, Jason's impression changed. Now, he was intrigued to learn more about him. Jason figured his time would be well spent if Tyler helped him. This person seemed very intelligent and thought differently from most people. How did Jason figure this out? Well, he'd been trained to analyze people and could tell that Tyler had been genuine in all his actions so far. "Sit wherever you'd like." Jason found a couch to sit on, glanced at Tyler, hesitated for a moment, and asked, "If I told you something big was about to happen in the world, would you believe me?" Tyler's movement stopped. He looked at Jason and asked without surprise, "Do you know about what's happening in France?" "Know what?" Jason narrowed his eyes. This time he was caught off guard. "About the virus that got out of control by a group of scientists in France. There's a lot of that kind of information circulating in the hidden web. When I looked at you, I immediately noticed you were acting strange. And when you bought a computer and mentioned wanting to get supplies for the end of the world, I figured you burned all your equipment when you came across this info on the deep web. Although I doubt that's the case, considering you asked me to set up your computer, unless, of course, you're an amateur. Amateurs think they can dive into the dark web, browse through secrets, or read about what's happening in the world without being affected by the same people lurking there, looking to harm anyone careless enough to cross their path." Tyler paused and continued. "The most interesting part is that you handed me $500 without blinking. Nobody does that. You're very observant." Jason was once again surprised by who he was dealing with. Tyler's eyes gleamed as he said, "So you know about it. I wonder if I'm right about everything else." Tyler smiled, realizing he had hit the mark. Lately, during his vacation, he'd been diving into the web and uncovering some of this less than reliable information. "You might know a lot, but trust me, it's nothing compared to what I know about the current state of the world. Your skills could be useful. Do you really want to know what's about to happen?" Jason's expression was calm. He didn't care what others knew. He was sure he wasn't the only one aware that the world was slowly spiraling into a bottomless abyss. Tyler nodded slightly and said, "Go ahead. I'm all ears." Tyler listened to Jason's words intently, not interrupting or asking questions at any point. He had wandered through the dark web and learned a lot from others considered primary sources of information. What he knew was insignificant compared to what Jason told him. In no time, he realized that he had only scratched the surface, which terrified him as he considered what could happen to the world. Only now did many of the things he had previously overlooked make sense. What he considered trivial was immensely important to others. Some people on dark web forums had even gone to the extreme of preparing for a global epidemic. Maybe he had been ignorant at the time, unaware of many things. Tyler knew that even if he had been interested in buying supplies, he lacked the money or tools to protect himself. But now, with a stranger who shared his survivalist mindset and had the means to act, he would be a fool to walk away from him. On the other hand, Jason came to the conclusion that Tyler was not an ordinary person. A typical individual would have mocked the words he had just said. Jason wasn't sure if this was because Tyler already knew something about a disease recently spiraling out of control in France or for some other reason. But Jason wasn't too surprised. After all, he had dealt with unusual people before, like his colleagues in the military prison. Now, Jason had learned much from Tyler and knew he was telling the truth. As a result, he decided to trust him to handle trivial matters more efficiently than he could. After giving Tyler a brief overview of a virus that could endanger humanity, Jason began outlining his plan to stay prepared and informed about changes around them. After some time, Jason and Tyler brought the suitcases from a truck. The money inside would be the key to initially securing primary resources before acquiring more. With these funds, we can hurry and start making preparations. That's a lot of money. Tyler looked at the money and weapons inside the bags. He felt a chill run through his body, but didn't back down. He knew something big was happening in the world. I've managed to gather this money for now. Later, I know where to find more. But for now, we can use this to start buying what we'll need for the future. Oh, Jason closely observed Tyler's expression. He wasn't stupid, and he wouldn't fully trust someone he had just met. But he had a plan. With the money now in Tyler's possession, even if he refused to help, he would still be entangled in the problems that might arise. Jason wasn't worried about what could happen. As they stored the weapons and equipment, Jason and Tyler began organizing ideas for long-term strategies. Not long after, a black truck pulled out of the apartment building. Jason knew there was no time to waste. The sense of urgency followed him like a shadow from the moment he realized the world's precarious state. So, alongside Tyler, he crafted a detailed plan to prepare before chaos descended upon them. The first step was to establish safe shelters. They scoured the suburbs of Atlanta and selected farms with spacious basements, remote enough to stay unnoticed, but close enough to access easily. Although Tyler suggested renting warehouses for their capacity, Jason immediately rejected the idea. Warehouses and supermarkets will be the first targets for looters when society started to crumble. Instead, houses offered the anonymity they desperately needed. Jason wasn't going to leave resources in plain sight. He would hide them in the basements, sealing them later. Once they identified potential locations to store massive amounts of supplies, the next step was resource acquisition. They systematically raided supermarkets, pharmacies, and supply stores with unmatched efficiency, filling trucks with non-perishable foods like rice, oil, dried meat, instant noodles, and canned goods. Jason insisted on purchasing seeds for easily maintained crops, convinced that sustainability would be key to long-term survival. He left nothing to chance, stockpiling large quantities of drinking water, tobacco, and alcohol, not just for personal use, but also as valuable trade items when current luxuries became scarce in the future. They also loaded up on vitamins and over-the-counter medications, filling several more trucks, while Jason mentally cataloged every item they acquired to keep track of it all. When a massive stockpile was ready, it was time to hide it. The supplies were divided into batches and carefully stored in the basements of rented houses. Jason ensured that each hiding spot was so well camouflaged that even if someone ransacked the house top to bottom, they wouldn't find anything. Tyler, the more technically inclined of the two, marked each location on a physical map. For Jason, forgetting the locations would be a waste. To prevent this, he made notes, even considering tattooing a map of the most critical points where he would later store weapons. This map became one of his most valuable treasures, a compendium that held the key to survival and the foundation for expanding their group in the future. But Jason knew that supplies alone wouldn't be enough. They would need to defend themselves. This time, he didn't rely on Tyler for help. Instead, he sought out Tommy, who listened attentively to his words. Tommy wasn't the brightest, but he trusted Jason implicitly. It didn't take long for Jason to convince him, and together, they acquired an arsenal of weapons and ammunition from the black market. These were also distributed among different locations, never all in one place because, as Jason often said, never put all your gold in one cave. As the days passed, Jason moved with the precision of a Swiss watch, methodical, efficient, yet restless. During this time, he assembled a team of ex-Special Forces soldiers and Marines, quickly forming a unit that expanded with contacts brought in by each new recruit. Their sole objective, to prepare for the end of times as they knew them. Holding the rank of captain in the Special Forces, Jason had the training to command a group of 60 men. They all called him Captain, a title he had disliked since his last military experience, though he eventually accepted it due to the pressing circumstances. But he knew that supplies and weapons were only the beginning. He needed to be careful. To face what lay ahead without error, he would need more than physical preparation. He would need a plan, strategy, and, above all, time. Bang! 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 Jason stared at the lifeless bodies of the mobsters he had just killed to steal their money. He glanced at Tommy, who was watching as crates of weapons were loaded onto trucks. and asked, "Hey, Captain, when is this virus supposed to hit?" Unfortunately, the only thing I can't determine right now is the exact time of the virus outbreak. I don't know how much time we have before it happens. Jason wasn't a genius. The few resources he had were limited, and predicting when each event would occur was impossible. So we just wait. Let's not rush. We can still go to the CDC to find out exactly. Jason knew precisely what his next steps would be. So far, everything was proceeding orderly, aligning with his sudden ideas. Now that everything was prepared, his next steps were to devise a plan to infiltrate the CDC in Atlanta. Half a month later, in the CDC building, a man and a woman stood by the window. "Edwin, to be honest, I don't have much hope for this wildfire project. We're running out of time and chances." The woman, named Candace, looked at her husband and confessed her fears. "Darling, you'll definitely succeed. You're the most capable pathologist I've ever known. If you give up like the others, there won't be any hope left for the world as we know it." The man, named Edwin, approached the woman and firmly held her hands, hoping to instill courage in her to keep going. "You know me. I won't abandon this place as the lead researcher, even if it's just the two of us left at the end of the day." Candace had lost many colleagues who had abandoned everything to flee, but she didn't have that privilege, being the most important doctor at this center. What would others think if their leader practically gave up hope of finding a cure for the devastating virus spreading like wildfire? Edwin smiled indulgently and gently embraced his wife, who leaned against his shoulder. The two simply stood there in silence, enjoying the tranquility that moment brought to their hearts. "We'll make it, Candace. We'll definitely make it and leave this hell behind forever," Edwin murmured, though his mind was collapsing. At that moment, Candace lifted her head, grabbed Edwin by the shoulders, and her tone turned serious. "Edwin, more people are planning to leave. Since we decided to stay, the next thing we need to do is hold on to as many people as possible. Let's split up. You go for Jonathan's group, and I'll go convince Tiana's group. We have to try to keep them here to continue the research." Edwin, lost in thought, was jolted back by his wife's serious tone. Looking into Candace's determined eyes, Edwin quickly organized his thoughts and nodded without showing any hint of giving up. Just as Edwin and Candace went their separate ways, two people on the top floor of a building across the street from the CDC facility were watching them through binoculars. These two people were Jason and Tommy, both of whom had been monitoring the CDC up to this day. "It seems the time for action isn't far off," Jason thought silently. "Are we really sure this is a good idea?" Tommy asked, his expression worried. "Well, this is a risk I'll take if we want to survive." Jason, having done everything he could, had been observing the CDC situation. In the first 3 days, someone else was tasked with thoroughly investigating the CDC's interior and exterior. Jason also managed to obtain an access card from an employee who had abandoned the place, and even found out where the Jenner's home was to learn more about the couple. During this time, Jason had installed monitoring devices in the couple's house and cars. All of this was achieved thanks to the black market and Tommy's skill at searching the right places. With enough money, you could truly buy anything. "I'll start moving now." "Stick to the plan," Jason said, putting away his binoculars. He quickly ran to the edge of the rooftop, heading for the emergency stairs. "That guy's insane," Tommy murmured, following Jason, who had been acting like an automaton for some time. "It looks like the wildfire project is in its final stages, and the CDC staff will soon start leaving. The plot is about to begin." Jason, glancing at the information on his watch and the current situation, noted the date, June 27th, 2010, for 50 p.m. "It's time." Focusing on the task ahead, he waited for the two doctors to exit the CDC. While Tommy was handling other matters, it was time for the staff to return home. At that moment, a black car drove toward the street exit where Jason was waiting. When the target appeared, Jason also started his truck and began following them. The car ahead belonged to the Jenners, and Jason's truck followed closely as they headed toward their home. No matter the outcome, Jason knew he had to act. After thinking it over, Jason decided there was only one way to proceed. Finally, When the car was nearly at its destination, Jason began to accelerate. Crash! Jason's truck slammed into the rear of the Jenner's car and then veered to the right. Shocked by the sudden impact, Edwin turned to his wife and asked, "Candace, are you okay?" "I'm fine." Relieved that his wife was unharmed, Edwin sighed. He'd never been in a car accident before, and though he knew these things could happen, he was thankful it wasn't worse. To assess the situation, Edwin stepped out of the car and saw the front of a black truck that had severely hit their vehicle from behind. What happened? While he knew accidents could occur, he felt that now wasn't the time for unnecessary trouble. All Edwin wanted was to resolve this issue quickly. As he approached the driver's seat of the black truck, he saw a man slumped over the steering wheel. Concerned, Edwin hurried to check on the man's condition. "Are you okay, sir? Can you hear me?" "Jason, do you seriously want to take out the lead scientist of the CDC? Damn, you nearly sent them to the afterlife." Through the earpiece in Jason's right ear, he heard Tommy's voice. Tommy was following him closely in a van equipped with a monitoring team, tasked with keeping him updated. "Don't use the microphone just to say nonsense. The boss has it under control. Is it you again, Billy? For God's sake, can't you just go to hell?" "We're good, Jason. Proceed." Tyler spoke hastily, while the background was filled with verbal squabbling. Jason couldn't focus with the explosive duo of Tommy and Billy, but now he forced himself to push thoughts of them aside, as he had admittedly made a mistake. The initial plan was to establish contact with the Jenner scientists, who had been thoroughly studied and deemed to be very kind people. Jason knew that this first attempt at contact would be ideal for forming a connection with the CDC. "I'm bleeding," Jason muttered, realizing he had hit the back of the Jenner family's car much harder than he intended. While this was part of the plan, the situation had adapted well enough to keep things on track. Edwin helped him out of his truck, while his wife, Candace, also stepped out of their car. She approached to check on the man who had collided with them. Since Jason's truck had rear-ended their vehicle, the two were understandably confused, which helped prevent them from overthinking the details. At this moment, Jason, playing the role of the victim, claimed he wasn't feeling well and pointed to his head. His acting had to be among the best of his life. He glanced at the Jenner's car. At that moment, Edwin, seeing that Jason seemed fine, gradually let go of his panic. He then examined the damage to his car closely. "Oh God, my mother's car. Sir, I truly apologize. I just turned my head for a moment and sped up without looking ahead. Because of my foolish mistake, I unexpectedly hit you. I'm really sorry. But don't worry, I'll take full responsibility for helping to fix the damages, so feel free to call your insurance company." As Jason apologized, his expression was sincere, and his slightly nervous tone combined with his apologetic demeanor made the Jenners feel more at ease about the incident. Who wouldn't? Seeing a man with a kind expression, half his face bloodied, repeatedly apologizing and showing concern only for the condition of those he affected. "Look, it's okay. The important thing is that we're all relatively fine. You don't need to worry too much. Are you sure you're all right? I see your forehead is injured. Do you need an ambulance?" Candace, looking at her husband, intervened with a serious tone. "No, too much hassle with an ambulance." Edwin had been a bit upset initially, but seeing Jason's kind attitude, his anger subsided slightly. Candace, knowing her husband well, understood he shouldn't remain too angry and tried to find a solution that worked for everyone. Jason quickly waved his hands and said, No, hospitals are a hassle. It's nothing serious, don't worry. I'll head home and buy some medicine for the wound. Do you know if there's a pharmacy nearby? I took a detour because of traffic, so I'm not familiar with this area." Candace glanced at Edwin, who understood what she meant by her expression and nodded slightly. Seeing this, Candace confidently said to Jason, "How about this? My husband and I are doctors. If you don't mind, come to our house, and we'll give you the medication you need. Our home isn't far from here. Your injury, in my opinion, isn't as serious as it looks, so once we've helped you, we can settle the matter of the accident." Did it really work? Jason's eyes, which had shown only regret moments ago, now sparkled with excitement. His initial plan was in motion, making it unnecessary to consider illegal methods of entering the CDC. Thinking of all the possibilities, Jason silently celebrated this small success, though his outward expression didn't change in the slightest. "Thank you so much, but if you just give me a first aid kit, I'll treat the wound myself." After reaching an agreement, he got back into his damaged truck and followed the Jenners after confirming everything was in order. Having moved to the next phase of the plan, he sent a message to Tyler, who had remained quiet during the call. "Jason, I'm heading to the Jenners' house. Everything went as expected. Tyler, I honestly didn't think you'd manage to get into their house. I thought you'd resort to violence." During this time, Tyler had witnessed some of the terrible things Jason had done to extort more money from mobsters. He and his group had emptied a few vaults full of cash, where they also found weapons. Of course, there had been some casualties along the way. "Jason, I'll handle this discreetly. Connect the call when things are calm on your end." Upon arriving at the Jenners' home, Jason entered with a curious gaze. After receiving the medication, Jason treated his wound himself, working quickly without showing any sign of pain. Observing the Jenners' house, he found it consistent with the reports he had studied. The decor was of good quality, reflecting the couple's successful careers. With his keen observation, Jason noticed that most of the books on their shelves were about virology and pathology, as well as famous works by renowned scientists worldwide. "Your house is beautiful." Jason couldn't help but compliment it. "Thank you. Though it's a bit messy, we never have time to clean or hire someone to do it since we're both so busy with work." At that moment, Candace approached with a freshly brewed cup of coffee. Edwin, now completely calm, sat on a sofa across from Jason and said, "Here, have a cup of coffee. The only thing we drink in this house is strong coffee, so that's all we've got." No, you've already done so much for me, even though I caused you all this trouble." Jason extended his hands, accepted the cup, and placed it on the table in front of him. He consistently displayed kindness and gratitude, ensuring he exuded a friendly demeanor to build the trust he needed. Unsure of how he might eventually gain access to the CDC, he had to make the most of what he could do for now. Candace also set a cup of coffee in front of her husband, sat beside him, and asked Jason, "Sir, are you sure you're okay? Hospitals may be chaotic right now, but are you absolutely sure you don't need to go to one?" Hearing this, Jason smiled slightly, noting how cautious the scientists in front of him seemed about hospitals. He said, "If I really wanted to go to a hospital, I'd better hurry. Otherwise, this wound on my forehead will heal before the doctors even get to me." "Ha ha ha, good joke. It seems you're quite the optimist. Your humor caught me by surprise. Don't worry, I know my body very well. Also, don't address me as sir. I'm Jason Momoa. You could just call me Jason. I'm Candace Janner, and this is my husband." Edwin, who had been mostly silent until now, suddenly spoke. "Jason, from what you mentioned earlier, and judging by your exceptional stitching on the wound on your forehead, may I ask if you're a student or work in a hospital?" Hearing this question, Jason understood from Edwin's expression that the situation must be quite complicated. That's why he answered, "I don't work in any hospital, nor am I a student. Until a few months ago, I was a cross-trained special forces operator. I studied medicine extensively so my subordinates wouldn't die in the field." Jason didn't tell them he was a captain in the special forces, nor did he mention how his disobedience once saved a village that clearly posed no threat of leaking information about their overseas operations. "In my early years serving in war zones, I watched many people die in my hands. So, before becoming a captain, I completed a program to train as a cross-disciplinary soldier." Memories flooded Jason's mind, and he couldn't hide the cold, angry expression that surfaced, anger over certain events, both related and unrelated to him. The feeling was strange, familiar, yet partially rejected by his body. But Edwin's next words snapped Jason out of his thoughts. "I can't believe it. You're truly a versatile individual." Something like that. Edwin fell silent for a moment, glanced at Candace, and suddenly said, as if he had made up his mind, "Jason, I know we just met under undesirable circumstances, but I have a very serious question to ask you. If it's about the car, don't worry. While I can't say I'm rich, I'll take full responsibility for the damages I caused," Jason said, waving his hand to emphasize how concerned he was about the Jenner's car and determined to make amends. Edwin smiled faintly, his face showing the fatigue of endless work shifts, but then he added, "No, it's not about the damages. Jason, what you mentioned earlier is very intriguing. I know military personnel trained in medicine possess excellent medical skills. Now that you're no longer in the service, I was wondering if you'd be interested in joining our security team at work." Edwin. Candace suddenly realized what her husband was trying to do. She turned to him with a look of surprise and asked in a confused tone, "Edwin, what are you doing?" "Candace, please don't interrupt me yet." "Jason, can you answer my question?" The CDC was losing most of its staff by the minute. In Atlanta, at least, Edwin and Candace were likely the last scientists still trying to find a cure for the deadly virus spreading through the streets worldwide. Because of this, they desperately needed people to handle manual tasks within the CDC, allowing them to focus entirely on their work. Jason, who had expected anything but this, was caught off guard. He hadn't anticipated things unfolding this way. His purpose was to protect these two scientists so they could discover a cure. He knew their survival could play a crucial role in shaping the future of this world. Moreover, the CDC seemed to lack personnel or survivors, making it an ideal shelter for the first days of the chaos. Understanding what Edwin wanted to do, Jason knew that if he wanted to protect this pair of scientists, he had to get into the CDC. If this opportunity hadn't presented itself, he would have used force to enter. "I don't have a job right now," Jason replied. "I've heard from some former Army colleagues that they're being deployed all over the country without much explanation. So, I'd be happy to work as a security guard. Also, if you need it, I know a few friends skilled in computers, medicine, and electronics." Jason paused briefly before adding, "If there's work available, we'd be thrilled to take up any positions where you work. Many of them have been struggling to find decent jobs since leaving the military." "Really? Then, can you briefly describe your field and that of your friends?" Edwin's expression immediately brightened with pleasant surprise. He looked at his wife and nodded apologetically toward Jason. "I'm sorry, Jason. Could you give us a moment?" Without waiting for Jason's response, Edwin led his wife into the kitchen. Jason didn't move. Instead, he pulled out his phone and sent a message to Tyler. "Jason, I want you to listen to every word they say. Don't miss a single thing." Then he waited silently for the couple to return. Meanwhile, in the kitchen, the conversation grew heated. "Candace, I think we need to hire external staff to secure the CDC without military intervention." "Edwin, have you lost your mind? He's just a civilian now, and we don't know much about him or the people he recommended. Do you really want to trust strangers you've just met for the first time in your life? Does it matter? You, more than anyone, know how devastating this virus can be. Its transmission rate, the silent incubation period, leading to death, and then transforming the infected into flesh-hungry monsters, makes it an imminent threat. Once it reaches a critical threshold in the population, it will trigger an unstoppable domino effect unless addressed appropriately. And we know the military's intervention won't be adequate." Edwin massaged his forehead, his voice calmer but laced with contained desperation. "You know the chaos that will unfold if we don't act in time. The military will impose martial law, but even their resources won't prevent mass infection. Drastic measures will only fuel fear. And when fear takes over, people won't stay put." Silence filled the kitchen for a moment. Candace knew all too well the truth of Edwin's words. This was the fear that had driven most CDC staff to abandon their posts. "Fine. Then go ask him if he agrees or not, but don't force him." Candace understood she needed to focus on their research. Worrying about anything else would be impossible with just her and her husband left at the CDC. Edwin sighed, his face full of helplessness, and wondered, if the virus fully breaks out, who can escape infection? Jason sat in the living room, reading the messages summarizing the conversation the Janner couple was having in the kitchen. Nothing was happening beyond what he had anticipated when Edwin made him that proposal. Any man who had the chance to increase the safety of the person he loves would do so without caring about the consequences. For Jason, the odds changed the moment he entered the lives of these scientists, and for everything he hoped to create in the future, he had to safeguard the possibility of developing a cure. When the couple returned to the living room, where Jason sat in silence, Candace gave him an apologetic smile and said, "Jason, I need to put some things away before going back to work, so I'll excuse myself first. My husband will explain the details, and if you accept this tough job, believe me, you'll do more than you've ever done before." "That's fine, Mrs. Jenner. You can call me Candace." "Thank you for everything, Candace." Jason smiled at the kind woman and then fell silent, waiting for Edwin to share what he had in mind. When he learned that they wanted to hire him as CDC personnel, he silently celebrated this great news. In the original story, he knew that at least the Atlanta CDC had no staff, except for this couple of scientists who fought until the end, just like other research departments around the world. Knowing that the Atlanta CDC Center had no one else but these two scientists, it would be the perfect place to start after the fall of the world's governments. Furthermore, from what he understood, Jason knew that Edwin's wife, Candace, was an excellent researcher who, in the original story, was the only key to finding a cure. That's why, if everything went as he was planning, Jason firmly believed he could find the cure, unlike the CRM, which had decided that this dream of a cure would never come true. "Jason, could you give me a detailed explanation of the group you recommend? You must understand that this is of utmost importance because what I'm about to tell you is highly confidential and could be linked to the survival of all humanity." Everything Edwin could tell Jason was of no real use to him, but despite that, he acted normally and nodded. After saying this, Edwin thought Jason would call him crazy. To be honest, very few people in the world would believe him if he said that a virus was spreading rapidly across the globe, causing an immense number of deaths. "Mr. Janner, to be honest, what you just told me made me a little nervous, but I'm willing to listen to whatever you need to share with me about your work." Jason knew that his success today would largely depend on his next words, so he also tried to act naturally and give an impression of honesty. "Then tell me about the team you recommend." Edwin first wanted to know more about the people Jason had mentioned. If he could increase the security of the CDC and reduce their physical workload, the research would perform much better. "Well, they're all former Special Forces members who haven't found a fulfilling job in private security companies. You might not understand, but most of us can't stand guarding billionaire businessmen when we used to work for the future of this country, not private corporations." Jason thought about his subordinates. He knew most of them personally, while the rest were recommended by trusted friends, making them essentially elite members with military training. As for those I can recommend, there are 6, and I can call them brothers without hesitation. One is a computer expert, another is a specialist in electrical repairs. There's also someone with deep knowledge in advanced medicine, while another is a mechanic with expertise in electrical systems. Lastly, we have someone who knows how to handle explosives and is an exceptional driver. Jason hadn't wasted any time. With great difficulty and analysis, he had recruited many into his group. Of course, now that the hiring conversation was underway, he didn't mention that he planned to get all his men into the CDC under his command. The best thing he could do now was pretend, act as if he was willing to do whatever Edwin wanted and later devise plans to discreetly bring his people and some of their relatives into the CDC. At this point, Jason felt quite confident about his survival. After all, those he called followers were all former Special Forces soldiers who were just waiting for an order to make a move, as they had done until now. For those who doubted Jason's words, Tommy decided to tell them about his reactivation in a top-secret mission to convince those who didn't trust Jason's statements. Of course, a small group refused to be part of Jason's team. Some believed they had already sacrificed too much for their countries, while others didn't want to take on dangerous missions because of their families. That's why Jason decided to recruit only those who were alone, who had no family, and, for the most part, didn't want to return to them. Though it might sound harsh, these were the only ones who wouldn't abandon him when chaos hit the streets of Atlanta. Incredible! Edwin's eyes lit up with excitement, happy that Jason was at least taking his words seriously, something not many would do at this point. "Jason, I didn't expect you to have such a strong team. They could all be of great help if we worked together." Saying that, Edwin walked to his wife's room and knocked gently. After a moment, Candace came out with expectant eyes, walked to the living room, and sat down. Jason, let me tell you what's currently happening in the world. My husband and I are scientists working at the CDC, Centers for Disease Control and Prevention. Many around the world might not know about the CDC, but few don't understand how it operates. These research centers, dedicated to protecting the health of all humanity, work 24/7 to shield the United States from health and security threats, both foreign and domestic. Even though Jason knew what the majority did, he learned much more during his time inside these facilities. A week later, Jason and more than 10 agents joined the CDC without any issues, thanks to Candace and Edwin's help. To everyone's surprise, there were still personnel working tirelessly on research to find a cure. But they immediately noticed the panic among the CDC members because they had first-hand knowledge of the news that would never be broadcast on television. That's why many understood those who wanted to escape, to leave the city for a remote area where they could take refuge from the atrocities being hidden and that were about to unfold. Of course, some people still chose to stay, including the janitors, Jason, his group, and a few others. Originally, Jason was equipped with gear and worked as a security guard. When he had the chance, he wondered, since Project Wildfire was in progress, why were the researchers leaving the facility? CDC researchers weren't supposed to leave. When he asked Candace about it, her answer was simple, a single sentence. We are just as scared and as human as anyone else. On July 5th, 2010, Jason and the CDC staff noticed that since yesterday, the news had begun reporting violent incidents in several public places. Jason knew very well that the end of the world was approaching, and the only thing he could do was wait. Everyone was nervous, but that was all they could do. It was a good choice to trust your words, Captain. It looks like things out there are starting to spiral out of control. I hope they find a cure soon, so not so many people die. Sam Valdez, a former soldier hired by Jason, shared his thoughts. Let's not be too complacent. Things can go wrong even here. We need to stay alert, just as Jason said. Tyler, who managed the security cameras, pointed out an important fact. No one was safe anywhere. We all know that we owe a lot to Jason for explaining everything that's happening to us in detail, said a muscular man named George Bercia. We need to focus on protecting this place. It's crucial that they don't breach the security of such an important site, Tommy said, holding his weapon and speaking coldly. Billy Butcher, who was more relaxed than everyone else, said, well, now more than ever it's comforting not to have family to worry about. By the way, Gonzalez, how's your family overseas? They'll be fine. Jason helped me with the resources to move them to a farm far from society. I'm grateful and eager to do the job I promised him. With that, Nicholas Gonzalez left to patrol the building. They were all part of the small team Jason had managed to gather. They were more than enough to initially move through the facilities and, of course, take control. In some temporary shelters, there were more men under their command guarding the most exposed resources, waiting. All they could do now was wait. No hero would survive the first waves of chaos. Despite all the calculations Jason had made to prepare, it was impossible for him to save everyone. In a certain street in Atlanta, a van sped down the road. In no time, it reached a religious community that was still holding out. A few seconds later, a black man, somewhat muscular, stepped out of the van. Unlike many who weren't concerned by the news spreading everywhere, he pulled out a large amount of essentials, including water, food, and medicine, and began creating his own stockpiles. Soon, the supplies he had prepared were delivered to each of the homes within the community. T-Dog, you're here again. I understand we're bothering you with all this, so here's $100 as a tip. T-Dog, can you help me fix my TV? It stopped working after I threw a shoe at it when I heard the news. T-Dog, God bless you, you're a good guy. Be careful on your way back home. The black man, known as T-Dog, was actually Theodore and Douglas. He wasn't supposed to be working today in the community service, but due to the chaos on the streets, few dared to cover for others in this service, so he was the one covering the shifts of those who had abandoned their duties. After all, if he didn't do it, what would happen to the elderly who could barely walk to their doors? They would all die from hunger, lack of medicine, or worry. Even though T-Dog had more important personal matters to attend to, he still found time to go from house to house delivering personal supplies, hoping to help these poor elderly people. "All right, Mr. James, I'll be there in a minute." After working in the community for an hour delivering supplies, T-Dog finally finished his job and drove his van back to the warehouse to prepare the next batch of supplies for other communities. Meanwhile, on the other side of the city, Andrea and Amy were driving to their father's house. Suddenly, something hit the rear side of their car, and there was a crash. Andrea's heart squeezed as she slammed on the brakes and instinctively looked back, only to see the rear of the car empty. A short distance away, there were two people struggling to run forward. "Yeah, sing it with me, sister." Amy was listening to music through headphones. When she was jolted by the sudden break, she couldn't help but shout and turned her head to look at her sister angrily. "You scared me." Andrea looked left and right for a moment, then turned to Amy and asked, "Did you hear that just now?" "Hear what?" Amy didn't quite understand her sister's question, so she took off her headphones and heard Andrea continue speaking. It sounded like something hit the back of the car. Amy was startled when she heard this, and thinking the worst, she absent-mindedly stroked her hair while looking at the rear of the car through the rearview mirror. Not seeing anything, she began to scan the surroundings with panic in her eyes, as violent incidents were said to happen in isolated areas with few people. At least that's what they said on the news, and Amy believed what they shared. "It seems like the streets aren't safe anywhere. Let's move fast. At least our dad gave us a weapon for protection. Stop talking and let's get out of here." Wow. Glenn was on a scooter, wearing a baseball cap and the pizza shop uniform he worked in, speeding down an alley. The pizza deliveries had given him an in-depth knowledge of the streets and alleys of Atlanta. That's why every delivery he made was significantly faster than others. This was also the main reason why his cheap boss never dared to deduct his salary. "It's a nice day," Glenn thought as he once again quickly arrived at the delivery spot. He skillfully parked the scooter to the side, grabbed the food, and headed up the stairs to the apartment building. Bang, bang, bang. "Sir, your pizza's here." Glenn was annoyed because the customer hadn't come out quickly, but still keeping his smile, he knocked again, this time more forcefully. Bang, bang, bang. "Can you hear me? Is anyone home?" After waiting outside the door for about 2 minutes, Glenn exhaled in impatience, his face showing helplessness. It seemed that his boss's scolding was inevitable if he returned with the pizza. He shook his head and was about to head down the stairs when suddenly he heard a bang behind the door. He was so happy that he went back to the door and knocked again. "Oh, whoa, Without waiting for the door to open, he was already pulling out the pizza receipt, but then he heard a low growl from behind the door, followed by banging sounds as if someone was hitting their head against the wood. Glenn, curious and scared, pressed his ear to the door, then knocked again. Screech. The sound of nails scratching against the door reached Glenn's ears clearly. "Sir, I know you're inside. If you insist on not opening the door, I'll call the police." Bang, bang, bang. As if Glenn's voice had irritated the person inside the door, a more violent crash was heard, followed by an inhuman roar filled with rage. Glenn was a little nervous and felt something was wrong at that moment, and though he wanted to retreat, he shouted one last time, trying to show they weren't scared. "All right, I'm leaving now." "Arg!" Glenn finally panicked, turned around, and ran down the stairs. All he wanted now was to call the police and tell them something was wrong in that apartment, but soon his expression turned pale. "Beep beep. The number you dialed is temporarily unavailable. Please try again later." Damn it. Glenn pocketed his phone, unable to do anything, and drove his scooter back to the shop. King County, the Grimes house. "Mom, will Dad be okay?" "Carl, your dad is a very strong man, and he's going to be fine." In Carl's room, Lori lay in bed with her son in her arms. Rick's sudden gunshot had a big impact on the three of them, but it made Lori suddenly realize how important her husband was in their lives. "Mom, can I sleep with you tonight?" "Sweetie, I'm not going anywhere. You can sleep peacefully here." The sudden severe injury to his father made young Carl very sad. After worrying all night, his eyelids grew heavy, and soon he fell asleep in Lori's arms. At that moment, Lori, who was holding Carl, felt very sad and finally revealed how worried she was about her husband. In the early hours of the morning, the sun began to illuminate the entrance of a hospital in King County. In one of the rooms, Rick Grimes lay motionless in a bed, his eyes closed, trapped in a deep coma. 3 days had passed since the shooting, and Rick remained unaware of reality. He didn't know that, beyond the walls protecting him, the world had changed in ways that were unrecognizable. And far beyond, there was a man analyzing his possibilities with the sole desire to change the future of humanity. He trusted his skills, and despite the difficulty, he was confident he could do a better job than anyone else in this world. Indeed, Jason spent his days thinking that everything that had happened in his life until now had led to this moment, where he had to prove his worth and fulfill his desire to be the savior who never came for certain people worth protecting. Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, Atlanta. At this moment, Jason was in the CDC control room with his team, listening in silence to the emergency action notification issued by Washington, D.C., which was playing on the television. It seems it's time to act, Jason thought to himself as images of possible futures filled his mind. He knew that after the start of the apocalypse, the CDC security had been reinforced by the military, and barricades, tanks, and rifles had been placed outside, all aimed at minimizing the advance of the walkers toward the facilities, which had become humanity's top priority. But he also knew that when the situation became unsustainable, hundreds of bodies were scattered all over the pavement, and the place was practically abandoned. At least within the first 15 days, Jason was aware that the CDC security would be guarded, but soon the outside would no longer be safe, and that would be when he needed to be prepared, because then it would be his moment to take full control of the situation. For now, his authority within the CDC wasn't much, and that prevented him from acting freely. So for then, when the security was under his control, he could do as he pleased and practically become the leader of this zone. By then, he needed to be ready to welcome survivors and have a high supply of resources that he had previously prepared. Prepare your gear. We'll need to move soon, Jason said directly to the others without openly sharing his plans. Understood. No one knew what was going on in Jason's head, but as they knew, if there was someone smarter than the others, they wouldn't question his decisions or contradict him. The smartest thing to do was follow his instructions to the letter, just as they were given. After seeing how chaos was escalating in the outside world, all the soldiers recruited by Jason decided to do exactly what he said. Jason, what exactly are we going to do? Tyler knew the new Jason much better than the others. He was the one who had contributed the most to all the plans Jason had made. Upon hearing this question, everyone in the room turned their attention to Jason. They didn't mind knowing what they had to do, but it would be good to prepare mentally. We need to move the resources exposed in Atlanta closer to the CDC. And although it pains me to say it, my authority here is not what I want it to be right now. But that can change later, and for now, we need the resources close to keep this place safe, which for now is still secure. Without waiting for more questions, Jason stood up and walked toward the lab to share his plans. A few minutes later, Mr. and Mrs. Jenner were sitting with Jason in the office next to the lab. The couple looked at Jason with serious faces. They couldn't understand why Jason wanted to leave. You could say that the CDC was the safest place in the world. Jason, is there something specific that makes you want to leave the CDC? Are you going to save your family like the others are doing? Edwin Jenner was very confused. When they persuaded Jason to come to the CDC with his team, he hadn't mentioned anything about his family. So now Edwin thought the only reason Jason wanted to leave was because there was a loved one he hadn't taken seriously before. Edwin, Candace, I don't have family here. I have my reasons for leaving the CDC with part of my team, and they're not personal reasons, but focus solely on protecting these facilities and keeping you safe. Let me explain my plan in detail. After saying this, Jason furrowed his brows as he scanned the room. After a few seconds of reflection, he walked up to a glass board, took a marker, and wrote in large letters, "Energy, supplies, experimental subjects, weapons time." Then Jason turned to the group and spoke with a serious tone, far removed from his usual friendly demeanor. In the past few days, I've spent time evaluating the conditions of the center. I've inspected different areas and analyzed our strengths and weaknesses. As for energy, our fuel reserves are in decent shape, but there's an obvious problem. We don't know how long we'll be here. Jason leaned on the table with both hands and fixed his gaze on Edwin. The situation with the cure remains uncertain. We don't know if they'll really be able to develop it or how long it will take. If we stay here without proper planning, we could run out of essential resources. That's why, if we want to ensure the safety of this place, we need to act now. He took the marker and underlined the word energy on the board before continuing. If this shelter remains operational for weeks or months, our fuel reserves will run out quickly. We can't afford to waste even a drop if we're not certain the military will support us at all times. Jason turned and practically ordered, Edwin, you'll be in charge of evaluating the energy supply system. You have full authority here, so cut off the supply to all areas that aren't absolutely necessary. Turning off inactive equipment and limiting consumption could give us a crucial advantage in the long term. Jason turned and wrote supplies on the board, emphasizing the next point. Food is our next priority. I know the center used to store enough provisions for hundreds of people. Now, we're just over 20. That means, theoretically, we could ration the food and survive for an extended period without needing to search for more. But here's the problem. We still don't know how long this will last or if the experiment will succeed. If the cure fails again and again, eventually we'll have to leave this place and find another shelter. Jason paused, allowing the gravity of his words to sink in before delivering the next warning. If that time comes, finding food reserves will be a much harder task with the streets flooded with infected. The silence in the room became palpable. Jason allowed everyone to absorb the information before moving on to the next topic. Now let's talk about an urgent problem, the experimental subjects. Jason marked the words experimental subjects on the board and crossed his arms. For this center to continue its research, more samples are needed. We can't progress without test subjects. I don't know how you plan to solve this, but this is something we must address immediately. What do you think? The Jenners nodded in unison. Until now, they hadn't considered all these aspects together, and Jason's foresight impressed them. They had considered him a capable leader, but they never imagined how meticulous and strategic he could be in survival situations. Finally, under the amazed gazes of these scientists, Jason focused on the last point. Next is the weapon supply. This research center is not designed to withstand a prolonged crisis. If we're eventually forced to leave, we'll need more than just provisions. We'll need a good arsenal to protect ourselves. It's not enough to have a few firearms. We'll need plenty of ammunition and training to defend ourselves in any scenario. He wrote the word weapons in firm strokes and then turned to the group. In short, someone needs to go out and handle all of this before the epidemic completely spirals out of control. And the only people capable of that task are my team and me. Jason dropped the pen onto the table and looked at the faces of the Jenners. Their expressions reflected uncertainty, but also acknowledgement. They glanced at each other for a response, but only found the gravity of the situation reflected in each other's eyes. The silence was broken when Candace, in a determined tone, finally spoke. Jason, what you did is something we hadn't considered. After all, the virus research itself has kept us extremely busy, and even less so the cure. We don't know when a complete investigation into the virus will take place. After hearing these words from his wife, the look in Edwin's eyes obviously softened, but he quickly lifted his head and solemnly told Jason, Jason, I'm so glad I chose you to join our group in the beginning. With shame, I leave these things to you and your team. We'll work hard to do our part as well. Of course, Jason hadn't only gone to gather supplies, but he couldn't tell the Jenners that, so he just showed a relaxed smile. Don't worry, my team and I are a group of retired soldiers. Don't forget that, Jason reassured them, giving a calming smile to these people who could be humanity's saviors. Candace also smiled, stood up, and gave Jason a hug. Edwin also stepped forward and gave him a strong handshake as a farewell. We're counting on you. I also hope you can develop a vaccine as soon as possible. I'll help with whatever I can when I return. After Jason finished speaking, he pulled a walkie-talkie from a pocket in his vest and handed it to Edwin. Don't tune into the channel. I'll notify you by radio when I get back. Also, until I return, don't open the door to strangers. Each one of you is irreplaceable. You're the only researchers at the center. Your lives are very valuable. All right, you must pay attention to your safety. I will. I'm leaving now. Edwin, remember to check the power system. I'll take care of that. Edwin nodded, turned around, and walked toward the underground power supply system. Once Jason finished his explanation, he walked toward the room where his team was and said, "It's time to move out. Have your weapons ready, and don't forget to wear masks when we're outside." "We've got it." Tyler, carrying light gear, looked at Jason and asked, "Hey, Jason, do you think I'll be of any help out there? I'm the only one who still doesn't know how to handle a weapon well." Jason looked at Tyler and said, "I'm not taking you as a soldier. You'll be safer by my side. Besides, you're the one who marked the spots where we placed the supplies." Tyler fell silent and didn't say anything more. He thought he should familiarize himself with this environment, so he mentally prepared himself. John Seda, on the side, looked at Tyler's pale expression and said, "Don't worry, kid, we'll take care of you." Once everyone was ready, Jason walked toward the door leading to the station's underground garage. The person left in charge looked at a group of 7 people with black masks on their faces and instinctively straightened up, saluting. "Open the door." "All right, boss." Behind the CDE, there was a large car garage. At this moment, a tactical vehicle from the center and several other vehicles were parked in the garage. If strangers were to look, they would definitely be captivated by one vehicle in particular, a modified RV, quietly parked in a corner. "Look at this beast. It's not just an RV, it's a fortress on wheels." Tommy hit the side of the vehicle, where thick steel plates reinforced the body, and explained, "Reinforced armor, windows with metal grills, and bulletproof glass. There's no way anything's surprising us in here." "And if we get ambushed?" asked the frightened Tyler, looking at the huge RV, scanning the roof. "That's why we have the rotating turret." Tommy pointed to the top, where a heavy machine gun was ready to fire. "We've got shooting slots on the sides, traps in the back, and if things go south, an electric arc on the doors to stop intruders." "What about the fuel?" Billy, unfamiliar with the RV, asked, intrigued by this magnificent machine. "Modified to use diesel and biofuels," Tommy smiled and muttered. "And if we run out, we have solar panels to keep the basics running." Of course, this engineering marvel wouldn't be used in moments where the situation was still manageable. So Jason and his team passed by the RV, leaving Tommy to admire his own creation. They soon arrived at a special tactical truck from the CDC. They stored all the equipment in the back compartment and boarded. George, the expert driver, sat in the driver's seat, and Jason sat in the back. Removing his mask, he looked at everyone and said, "This time we'll gather some supplies that were prepared for this situation. Then we'll move to other objectives before returning." Looking at Tyler, Jason pointed, "Show George the places we're moving to next." "Got it," Tyler responded, a bit nervous. As for the others, everyone remained silent. Taking out a walkie-talkie and pressing the button to communicate, Jason spoke into the microphone. "Edwin, this is Jason. We're about to leave. Please remember not to let strangers in. The changes that will happen outside will be beyond your imagination. I'll be back as soon as possible, I promise. Easy. Jason, take care out there." Jason didn't say anything else. He believed that the subtle influence of recent days had made Edwin and Candace more cautious about the approaching problem. Also, just in case things got ugly, he left some agents inside the CDC, just in case. When George started the engine, he drove under Tyler's instructions, and soon they exited the CDC. The moment Jason understood his priorities within the CDC, he learned a lot about the place while closely studying the leading scientists who, in the distant future, could be the ones to discover a cure for the virus that was slowly wiping out humanity. He knew it was only a matter of time before the CDC's external security became a priority for the military, but that outer layer of protection wouldn't last long. The military's presence to hold back the walkers in Atlanta was minimal, so much so that Jason could consider it insignificant. At a critical moment, these soldiers would abandon their posts. That was why Jason knew he was close to becoming the absolute leader, the one who would make the best decisions for his group's survival. Many might think he had been wasting time just gathering weapons, supplies, and ways to stay alive in the future. But what they didn't know was that during this time, Jason had located the most relevant people who, sooner or later, would become part of Rick's group. His ideal plan was to bring all of them to the CDC after the chaos began and before Atlanta turned into a sea of bloodthirsty undead. However, it was clearly impossible for him to find all of them. And even if he had managed to, how could he explain to them that they had been miraculously chosen to be saved from the end of the world? Jason didn't want to fail or waste the valuable time he could dedicate to more important things that would ensure his group's future survival. While the idea of having these people with him would never be discarded, how could he ensure allies who would never consider betrayal? In the world that was about to unfold, trust was the most important thing one could place in others. The downfall of many groups and operations had been compromised by traitors, so Jason couldn't afford to exclude people he was sure he could rely on. That was why he wanted the people from Rick's group on his side. He knew that in times of crisis, he had to watch out for desperate people and carefully choose who to accept into his group. He didn't need a hidden dagger within his ranks, waiting to strike while he slept. Nor did he need people who wouldn't follow his vision for the future. If you're smart, you'll have courage. And courage, in the end, will make the difference between good and evil. Soon, laws would lose their value, and humans would lose their humanity. Hard times create strong, yet ruthless people. This was something Jason had to always keep in mind if he wanted to build a powerful and stable organization, one comparable to the CRM. As for the Janner scientists, they would be the most valuable members of his group. Each and every one of them had to survive to continue their research. After all, this was their only chance to find a cure. Regarding how Candace died in the original story, Jason knew that at some point she became infected with the virus. He didn't know how or when it happened, but even after her death, she was used as an experimental test subject. This was what caused Edwin to lose the will to continue his research. In that moment, humanity's last hope was lost in Jason's eyes. That was why he couldn't allow the same thing to happen this time. He had to return as soon as possible after gathering the necessary long-term supplies. The best moment to act would be when Rick's best friend, Shane, took Lori and Carl to a shelter in Atlanta. That was when they would meet the people who would later play a crucial role in the main plot of this world's development. And that would only happen once Atlanta was lost. That was why Jason's first priority was to gather the resources he had left around the CDC, then return with everything and ensure the facility remained secure until everything outside was lost. Only then could he go after Rick's group, who by then would be living on a hill. This shouldn't be misunderstood. Jason didn't believe Rick's group was indispensable. However, if he wanted to gain valuable soldiers, he knew the only way to establish a solid foundation was by starting with them. Each member of Rick's group protected their own with everything they had and always sought ways to survive. That was something he couldn't guarantee with other survivors. Of course, they wouldn't be the only ones saved during this time. By then, he would have ensured a strong base of survivors, people who sought the best option for survival. Strong people whom Jason would protect above all else. Atlanta, 5 hours after leaving the CDC. Jason, who had thought a lot during his preparation time, knew that currently the CDC had enough power, weapons, food, and security. But in the future, it would lack energy for the generators and weapons for defense, along with ammunition to deal with the ever-growing number of walkers. That was why Jason's next step, after securing his stay at the CDC, was to bring in the resources he hadn't been able to store earlier. Before, his authority and trust were minimal. He could barely act. But now that a few weeks had passed, anything he wanted to do would go largely unquestioned. The streets are lonelier than I thought. George drove, under Tyler's guidance, to the farthest supply storage point from the CDC, which would soon become nearly inaccessible. Watching the outside through a monitor, Tommy muttered, "It's normal for people to be hiding in their homes, terrified." The road conditions along the way were good, probably due to the violent incidents and the emergency action notice that had been broadcast repeatedly on television and radio over the past few days. At this point, humans still didn't understand what was happening. Most of them remained at home, waiting for instructions on what to do, while the military acted under martial law. That was why the journey was smooth. When they arrived at the first location, George retrieved a fuel tanker that Jason had prepared long ago. The others then began transferring additional resources onto a military-style cargo truck and a priority transport bus. The supplies Jason had purchased were stored in places where relatively few people gathered, and crowds were uncommon. Because of this, there was little need for concern, at least for now. That was why only a 10-man tactical unit had been assigned to oversee the operation and assist in loading the supplies for transport back to the CDC. At the same time, while Jason's nearly 20-man group was preparing for the transfer, Andrea and Amy were saying goodbye to their father over the phone. The two sisters never imagined that this farewell might be their last. "Andrea, listen to me very carefully. You must take good care of your sister. Remember, and never forget, that you are her older sister. While I'm not there, Andrea and Amy's father understood the situation in the country better than most, and his words carried a serious tone. Dad, I'm not a little kid anymore. I don't need her to take care of me," Amy said, slightly annoyed by her father's words, losing interest in the call. "Ha ha ha. Yes, you're not my little princess anymore." Their father chuckled at Amy's childish behavior, recognizing that she was going through a rebellious phase. His only concern was that his daughters weren't particularly close, which was why he had suggested this trip to bring them closer together. This was his chance to instill in Andrea the confidence she needed to protect Amy until they could reunite. "I'll take care of her," Andrea responded with a slight smile as she watched Amy's reaction. "Andrea, things outside haven't been normal these days. Every day, the news reports more and more bloodshed. You both need to be careful out there. Try not to move around too much in the coming days and wait for further updates." "Dad, I will. I'll take care of Amy. You don't need to worry." "I know you will, sweetheart," their father said, smiling on the other end of the call after hearing his daughter's reassuring words. Shortly after, the two sisters drove down the road at a leisurely pace. "Sister, what's wrong? I know you don't like my music, but we've been listening to yours for hours, so this time it's my turn. Isn't that a CDC convoy? Why are CDC personnel in such a remote place? It doesn't look fake, and those trucks are huge." Amy became frightened because she had been paying attention to the news in recent days, and now seeing a CDC truck was the worst thing that could happen. Andrea looked in the direction Amy was pointing, and, sure enough, she saw a group of people with intimidating gear and masks on their faces, with a CDC logo on their arms, stopped at the side of the road near a long convoy of trucks. As soon as she turned the steering wheel, Andrea drove towards them. "Hey, excuse me, is something going on around here?" Andrea called out to the masked people while keeping her distance. Andrea originally wanted to ask if it was safe to drive through this area. None of the people had their faces uncovered, so she needed to make sure it was safe to travel in their planned direction. "Are you stupid? Why would you ask something like that? Be quiet. Something serious must be happening if they're so well protected." Andrea whispered to her sister when she heard the words. "We're going to be arrested. The military is taking over the country now," Amy whispered in panic to her sister, who had driven straight toward the convoy of parked trucks not far from where they had stopped. "No, they don't seem to be doing anything important." In fact, Jason, who was supervising the supply cargo, had noticed a car heading in his direction a while ago. However, the weapons and resources had already been moved into the largest cargo truck, so he didn't care if the newcomer saw them. Looking back, Jason spotted Andrea and Amy, who had stopped not too far away. "What are they doing here?" Jason was a little puzzled, then approached them and asked in a serious tone, "What's the problem?" Jason pretended to act firmly as the captain of the CDC security team. "Good afternoon. I'm Andrea, and this is my sister Amy. You seem to be with the CDC. Could something be happening here?" "It's nothing serious. We're just collecting supplies." Andrea became alarmed when she saw other agents approaching with long guns. That told her they were not just regular CDC personnel, so she quickly said, "Well, "You seem busy, so I won't bother you." When Andrea heard Jason say that nothing was wrong, she knew something strange was happening in this place, so she prepared to leave. "Andrea, right?" Jason, who had approached, removed the gas mask protecting him and looked at the two sisters inside the car, who seemed unsettled. He hesitated for a moment. He obviously couldn't tell them what was about to happen, so he changed his words at the last moment. "The situation has been a disaster everywhere lately, so I recommend you don't stay out too long. Go home quickly. Thanks for the warning." Andrea reached a hand out the window, waved at Jason to indicate she understood, and then drove away. Jason had originally intended to warn the two sisters, but thinking about it, even if he hadn't mentioned it, they would have kept driving down the road, meaning they were heading somewhere safe. "Everything's ready, boss." Tommy returned with the last supply crate. Once all the supplies were loaded, everyone boarded the trucks. Soon, a convoy of more than 7 vehicles, including cargo and tanker trucks, moved toward their next destination. That night, Jason and the others stopped at a warehouse where a group of 20 people was now resting. The urgent action notice kept playing all day on the television. Jason wasn't interested in what was being broadcast on TV or the radio. The only thing he cared about was when the TV signal would cut off and the internet would stop working. That would confirm the progress of the upcoming events. Maybe it was just his thoughts, but suddenly the TV screen started flickering, became increasingly blurry, and finally went dark. "What happened?" "We have the best signal here." Tyler looked at the blurry screen and stood up to check. After inspecting the TV, Tyler switched through all the channels one by one. None had a signal. "Looks like everything's gone to hell," Butcher murmured in a slightly nervous voice. "Damn it, the adult movies were supposed to be on at this hour." Tommy was slightly annoyed, but also somewhat overwhelmed. Jason checked his watch. It was 5:30 a.m. on July 8, 2010. The end of the world has officially begun. Jason stood up from where he had been lying down, put his boots back on, and ordered, "Let's move out. It looks like things just got worse, and we can't waste any more time." Over the next 9 days, he needed to transport some of the supplies to a hidden location near the CDC facilities. If they waited a week longer to start transporting the supplies, it would become much more troublesome. By then, a massive number of refugees will be heading to various locations in the city, causing traffic to grind to a halt. Of course, thanks to their trucks having official clearance, they wouldn't have trouble getting through anywhere. However, the gridlock on the roads would be impossible to avoid. In recent days, as Jason took time to collect supplies from the furthest CDC sites, he had gradually noticed more vehicles fleeing down the streets. People were beginning to sense that something was wrong. Although the TV signal was gone, the radio was still broadcasting, warning citizens not to leave their homes and, most importantly, not to have physical contact with people displaying violent behavior. But as expected, the chaos didn't stop. It only intensified. When people ran out of food at home, they had no choice but to go shopping. But thousands of families were going through the same thing, making the situation uncontrollable. In times like these, criminals took advantage of the chaos. There were even shootouts in many places. Families who had never experienced anything like this finally couldn't take it anymore, packed their things, and planned to evacuate. 10 days passed in a flash since rumors of violent attacks and bloodied bodies in the streets of Atlanta began to spread. Uncertainty expanded like a calamity over the world, and in a desperate attempt to contain the chaos, circular containment walls were erected in several regions, guarded by the army to isolate the counties still free from the virus. It was now clear that the streets were under the army's authority. They were the ones setting the rules and eliminating the infected without mercy. During this time, those who had prepared to go directly to the quarantine area hoped to find a safe place controlled by the army. Others, far more resourceful, had long retreated to their hideouts, transporting as many resources as possible before martial law took effect. Even those who were reluctant and anguished about leaving their homes had no choice but to seek refuge in containment zones where the government assured their safety. Kings County, a suburb of Atlanta. At 12:39 a.m. on July 18th, Lori stood at the door of her son's room. speaking softly to Shane while occasionally glancing at young Carl, who was reading comics in his room. "Shane, what do you mean by leaving here?" Lori couldn't comprehend Shane's words. Under no circumstances could she abandon her home or her husband, who was now confined to a hospital bed. "Lori, calm down and listen to me. The county is in total chaos, and it can't be contained. The bastards at the police station have already taken their families to the shelters they've been announcing on the radio." Shane was losing his mind due to the sheer hopelessness of the situation. He had witnessed the horrors the virus inflicted on people. "We received a broadcast from Atlanta this morning. It said they had prepared a temporary shelter in the city. As far as we know, people are being infected with a virus that makes them act strangely. You haven't seen it, but the infected won't rest until they've devoured anyone around them." The horrors Shane had faced before the military's arrival were appalling. Each experience screamed that the world was descending into uncontrollable chaos. His only thought now was to get his best friend and his family to a safe place before they, too, were affected. "Is the viral infection real? I never believed that infected people could be mindless cannibals." Lori was terrified. Just looking at Shane's pale face and trembling movements was enough to believe every word he shared. "God, I never imagined things would get this bad either. But trust me when I say we can't stay in the county anymore. We must get to that shelter in Atlanta as soon as possible," Shane said seriously as he calculated their chances of safely reaching the shelter. "What about Rick? My husband is still in the hospital." Lori wouldn't abandon her husband in this kind of situation. "I'll go tomorrow to get Rick. You focus on packing for everyone. I'll handle getting more food on the way back." Shane had promised his friend that he would take care of his family if anything happened to him, and that's exactly what he intended to do. "Yes, I'll take care of it." Lori was panicking, unsure of the best way to keep her son Carl safe. "I promise to keep all of you safe." Shane pulled Lori into a strong hug. "All right." Meanwhile, in a completely different location, similar situations were unfolding. "Crash, you damn bitch, who told you to pack this garbage in the bags? We need food. Why are you bringing these pictures?" "I'm sorry. Ed, I'll prepare more food." Carol covered her face, terrified. She got up from the floor and went to the kitchen to pack more food into the bags. "Sophia, give me a beer." Half lying on the couch, Ed shouted at his daughter, whose face was barely visible from the room's doorway. Sophia flinched and meekly said, "Okay, Dad." After taking the beer his daughter brought, Ed shouted again at his wife in the kitchen. "Carol, hurry up and get ready. We're leaving tomorrow morning. I can't stay in this damn place." "Damn it." Sophia trembled and ran back to her room. Similar scenes played out in countless families. Some sought comfort, while others placed blame. But all were packing their bags and preparing to head to the nearest shelter. "Ah!" Bang, bang, bang. "Ah, please help me. Ah!" The first rays of sunlight on the following morning rose over King County, but instead of bringing peace, they echoed with gunfire and piercing screams tearing through the air. From above, the city appeared to be in complete chaos. Streets overflowing with debris, gangs prowling like predators, panicked civilians running aimlessly, and countless soldiers deployed along the roads, struggling to contain the inevitable. Shane drove to Rick's hospital at dawn, only to find that the front was already heavily guarded by soldiers. Whenever a conflict broke out among the surrounding crowd, the soldiers immediately opened fire. The soldiers' orders were to eliminate all infected individuals and anyone who had been in direct contact with them. Hospitals were the first destination for most of the infected, making them the primary target for cleansing. This would explain why, after Rick woke up, there were so many body bags in the hospital courtyard and clear signs of a substantial military presence nearby. Unfortunately, this only delayed the inevitable. Many, including Shane, didn't realize that the military's actions essentially amounted to massacring their own people. "We're lost." Meanwhile, Jason had spent this entire time gathering numerous supplies, and the only task remaining was to find test subjects. Simultaneously, a black armored truck with the CDC logo had parked outside King County Hospital. Inside the truck, Jason, dressed in black military-grade tactical gear, put on a mask, and held his assault rifle while looking at the 10 people waiting for his instructions. You know the plan. We will capture a few subjects who haven't lost their sanity yet and bring them to the center for research. If you see anyone acting strangely and threatening your safety, eliminate the threat. The virus is deadly, and once someone is infected, there's no turning back. Shoot them in the head and stay close to me. Understood. This time, Jason's team had expanded to include 10 Special Forces members skilled in infiltration. These soldiers understood the importance of orders and would unquestionably follow Jason's commands. Everyone knew Jason and his rank within the Special Forces. As a captain, he was more than qualified to lead them and issue immediate orders. Many even idolized him for the circumstances surrounding his discharge. Tommy, George, and Tyler stay back to secure the area and protect our transport. Jason, now fully masked for protection, continued, "Keep communication lines open. Report any detail, no matter how small." "We'll be fine, Captain," Tommy responded confidently. "Good, then let's move out." Over time, Jason had strengthened his communication with the group he had assembled before joining the CDC. It hadn't been easy to vet each person who decided to follow his path, but after months, he knew everything about his followers. This gave him the confidence to share the looming problem the world would soon face. When he began relocating distant resources closer to the CDC with their help, any doubts about their loyalty vanished. Everyone understood that they were serving humanity. Each carried a purpose for survival and knew that every decision Jason made was solely to keep them alive. Equipped with black tactical uniforms and CDC identification badges, Jason's independent team had encountered no issues so far. As part of the CDC, they operated above any government organization. "Let's go." As the 10 distinct soldiers disembarked from the armored truck, they went on high alert. They were already aware of the chaos in the area, where gunfire echoed constantly. External control was now under military authority in a desperate attempt to contain the outbreak. "Stay alert and shoot infected individuals in the head," Jason commanded, moving forward without a trace of nervousness. Bang! Shortly after exiting the truck, John, who was behind Jason, shot an infected person in the head, rescuing a woman on the brink of being bitten. They then entered the hospital through a path littered with corpses. Bang! 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 Jason and the others continued shooting and dealing with scattered infected as they made their way quickly to the staircase leading to the second floor. Before they could ascend, a group of footsteps echoed nearby, and heavily armed soldiers aimed their weapons at them in panic. "Stop right there. Lower your weapons." Although Jason had anticipated this possibility, he was prepared. He stepped forward calmly. When the soldier leading the group approached, he seemed pleasantly surprised by Jason's team's equipment. "We're under martial law. What is the CDC doing in this remote part of Atlanta? The center is far from here." Looking at the masked soldiers, Jason pulled a document from his chest and said, "We're here to acquire test subjects. We were informed that suitable candidates might be found in this location. Given the virus's mutations, we are evaluating the entire population of Atlanta. Is there anything new we should know, Captain?" asked the soldier after verifying the document. "Just call me Jason." "Yes, I have new information about the outbreak." Jason removed his mask and explained, "The wildfire virus is a latent airborne virus, possibly transmitted through direct contact, with an infection rate of 99.9%. It spreads through the host's blood and concentrates in the central nervous system. The wildfire virus activates when the host ceases all vital functions or when an active agent of the virus enters the bloodstream." The soldier was stunned by this information. After reviewing the report in the document, he looked back at Jason's CDC credentials and asked, "What's the quickest way to eliminate the infected?" "Headshots. One shot or blow that damages the brain is sufficient. Body shots are ineffective." The soldier nodded and gave a military salute. "Thank you for the direct report. I'll inform my battalion commander immediately. Do you need reinforcements to retrieve the test subjects?" "No, we'll do it quickly and withdraw from this location." Jason's eyes swept coldly over the surroundings. Inform all soldiers of this information. It will be vital for faster containment. Understood, sir. Sir, please help me. Just as Jason and the others were speaking, and while some soldiers were preparing to contact their superiors by radio, a figure suddenly emerged from the shadows. Stay still and don't move, or I'll shoot. The soldiers did not expect other people to suddenly come running behind those seemingly healthy silhouettes, and they didn't bother contacting their superiors. They raised their assault rifles and warned them not to come any closer. Jason had sharper eyes and noticed more figures behind the infected person. He commanded, "Valdez, open fire." Under Jason's order, Sam stepped forward and mercilessly opened fire. Bang, bang, bang. Amid the wave of gunfire, Jason looked at the soldier and said, "The CDC is still researching a cure, so you need to contain the outbreak." "Got it, let's move." Jason turned to his team and signaled for them to keep moving. This was one of his main reasons for visiting this place. Upon reaching the second floor, several soldiers were ruthlessly gunning down infected individuals. Looking at the people in the corridor, Jason entered a room and saw a person lying on a stretcher. Spotting a nurse who was about to run, Jason stopped her and asked, "Is he infected?" "What? Is he infected?" Jason asked coldly, pointing at the person on the stretcher. "He was bitten, but for now, he only has a fever. Prepare him for transport. If you help me with that, I can guarantee your safety." Jason glanced back and instructed, "Get ready to move him." Understood. In another room, Shane's heart raced as a soldier opened the door. Just as he was about to pull out his gun, he heard a voice. "This area is secure. We'll handle it." "Got it." As the voice faded, footsteps echoed through the door, and the voice spoke again. "I saw you enter that room, Shane. Do you remember me?" Jason had been monitoring the hospital for days, waiting for Shane to appear to know when he would decide to go to the city. The reason was simple. He wanted to establish a different type of connection in hopes of changing the future. So when he saw Shane enter Rick's room, he approached as soon as possible. "Jason? Yeah, I remember you. We met a few months ago. What are you doing here?" Shane looked at Jason with confusion. His attire suggested authority. At that moment, a group of civilians was arguing with the soldiers at the end of the hallway. Suddenly, the soldiers raised their machine guns. Bang, bang, bang. The civilians quickly fell, and Shane's face turned grim upon witnessing the scene. He looked at Jason and asked, "Do you know what's going on?" "Shane, there's no time. You need to get out of here and evacuate with the others immediately." "Captain, the test subjects have been selected," Gonzalez reported from outside the room. "Jason, are you with the military?" Jason nodded slightly and explained, sort of, "I work for the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention in Atlanta. I returned today to collect some subjects for testing." "What happened to Rick? Is he infected?" No. He was shot and is now in a coma," Shane clarified, dispelling Jason's misunderstanding. "Nurse, give me a report on this person's condition." At that moment, the nurse helping Jason with the test subjects entered the room. She approached the bed, conducted a simple examination, and reported, "Rick's injury is severe, and the location of the gunshot is relatively fragile, which likely caused damage to nearby internal organs. Judging by his current state, he shouldn't be able to wake up anytime soon." Upon hearing this, Shane ran his hands through his hair, looking extremely distressed, and asked in anguish, "What am I supposed to do now?" He then grabbed Rick's arm and shouted anxiously, "Rick, brother, wake up. We need to leave right away." Jason quickly grabbed Shane's hand and stopped his outburst. "Hey, calm down. He needs to rest now. Even if you wake him up, what are you going to do with him?" "Right, so what should I do then?" "Lori and Carl are still at home waiting to find refuge in Atlanta." "I have an idea. Do you have a solution?" Jason paused before responding. "I have some authority at the CDC. I can transport Rick in an ambulance and relocate him, so you can return and evacuate to a shelter in Atlanta with the people you just mentioned. In Rick's current condition, he shouldn't be moved recklessly, but we have enough medical facilities to treat him. I'll contact you when Rick wakes up. What do you think?" Shane's eyes lit up at those words. The plan seemed feasible, but he then asked, "So why can't we go to the CDC with you?" In a room where Rick lay, Jason looked at Shane and said, "That would be complicated because, as you know, the CDC has strict rules, and my authority isn't that significant. I can use what little authority I have to get Rick in, but if I bring a group of people to the center, even Rick might not be allowed entry. Do you understand?" Initially, Jason had also hoped to bring Shane and the others directly to the CDC. However, without Shane, it was highly unlikely that Rick's future group could fully reunite. Therefore, Shane had to take Lori and the others to Atlanta as originally planned. Once everyone was together, Jason would be able to bring them back. But first, he needed to secure a fixed point where his authority was maximized, allowing him to make decisions without consulting a superior. Only then would most people listen to him. "All right, I appreciate your help during these difficult times. Jason, thank you so much. I knew you were a great guy when you stopped that thief." After resolving this important matter in his mind, Shane relaxed considerably. His tone was noticeably calmer as he extended his hand and patted Jason's shoulder gratefully. Jason returned a reassuring expression and instructed, "Let's move quickly. Help the nurse with the stretcher. We'll clear the way. By the way, don't worry about the outside. Just help me get Rick and the other subjects out of the hospital." When Jason exited the room, he spotted two infected individuals and warned, "This place is no longer safe. Let's get out of here immediately." Shane observed the soldiers in black tactical uniforms and masks. He instinctively thought that Jason held a much higher position than a mere CDC worker. Not wanting to fall behind, Shane moved his comatose friend. As they advanced, Jason remained vigilant, scanning the hallways and slightly open rooms. His weapon was naturally poised. Upon hearing a sound to his left, he reacted swiftly and fired. Bang! With precise aim, the bullet pierced the walker's head, sending blood mixed with brain fragments splattering across the wall. The infected person, whose brain was destroyed, lost all control over its body and collapsed motionlessly to the floor. Blood continued to gush from the wound, forming a pool and releasing a strong odor. Since these walkers had only recently turned, their movement speed and reaction time were much faster than Jason had expected. "Some of them are fast. Be careful," he warned. Seeing the infected fall, the nurse accompanying the group seemed to lose all her strength and collapsed onto the floor, gasping heavily. "Don't stop. Keep moving," Billy shouted in a deep voice. "Don't look to the sides. Focus only on what's ahead," Shane advised. As a police officer, he was more accustomed to seeing such scenes, but even he was shaken by the decisive actions of those around him. Jason observed all of this coldly. His spirit remained intact, feeling nothing but calm. He had long learned that he was a cold-blooded person, resolute in his actions to achieve his objectives. Whether it was a walker or not, he wouldn't hesitate to act if it meant ensuring his survival. "Keep moving. Don't stop," Jason commanded as he resumed walking. As Jason advanced, he turned to the right and noticed some walkers to his left. He took 2 steps forward and opened fire. Bang, bang, bang. Thanks to the suppressor on his weapon, the noise was muffled and less noticeable. 2 more infected fell weakly to the ground. "Let's keep going." However, just as Jason was about to turn around and continue leading the way, a group of horrifying walkers emerged from a blind spot that few had noticed. "Watch out behind you," Shane yelled in alarm, ignoring his task as he saw the danger approaching. But Jason reacted faster. He spun around abruptly, extended his leg, and kicked the chest of the first figure emerging from the room with force. The unexpected kick caused the walker to lose balance and fall to the ground. Jason then stepped on the walker's back, pulled out his dagger, and stabbed its head, ending its life. Those who had served as soldiers and were familiar with Jason found his decisiveness natural. However, for those who didn't know him well, he appeared to be someone without compassion. Jason withdrew the dagger and stared at the other approaching walkers. Without waiting further, he aimed his weapon and fired. Bang, bang, bang. Shane and the nurse began pushing the stretcher forward. Meanwhile, John, Billy, Sam, and the others carefully moved the test subject from behind. "Contact!" Sam shouted before opening fire on the enemies. The number of walkers around them continued to grow, and it seemed the soldiers had left the area for some reason. "Turn right," the nurse directed with a trembling voice. Following her guidance, the group advanced safely. Jason led the way confidently, eliminating any walkers he encountered with a simple headshot. The path ahead became impassable, and walkers approached from behind. Jason and his group suddenly found themselves surrounded by infected. "Take the down calmly. Remember, we have the advantage," Jason instructed without panicking as he began firing. Bang, bang, bang. As the situation intensified, Jason and his group halted and started clearing the path. There was no other choice but to shoot, as the route was completely blocked. For everyone's safety, continuing forward was too risky. With bullet casings hitting the floor, they eliminated over a dozen walkers emerging from rooms and hallways around them. After a while, the group continued down the corridor. Shane was surprised, as he hadn't initially seen Jason as a leader type. Tyler, who getting close to the exit, Jason reported over the radio. Upon reaching the main door, Jason signaled Shane to wait. Jason and two others cleared the remaining walkers in the area. "All clear. Let's move," Jason announced. A short while later, the roar of an engine echoed, and a specially prepared truck appeared, stopping in front of the hospital. "How are you?" Tyler quickly got out and opened the truck's rear door. "Everything's fine." Jason had no time for conversation. He loaded Rick's stretcher into the modified truck. The test subjects were also successfully secured. Jason briefly entered the truck, then turned and threw a black object to Shane. Shane caught it and saw that it was a walkie-talkie. He understood Jason's intention and also noticed him taking out a backpack and handing it over. "Shane, we'll communicate through this. The channel is noted on the back. Make sure you don't run out of battery. Once Rick recovers and the situation at the CDC stabilizes, I'll contact you." "Got it. Listen, man, I really want to thank you for everything you've done. I wouldn't know what to do without your help." Shane's eyes were sincere at that moment. He was truly grateful to Jason and also happy for his good friend Rick, who had unexpectedly met such a valuable ally in these circumstances. Needless to say, if you want to thank me, you can buy me a drink when Rick recovers. There are weapons and ammunition in the backpack, along with a note detailing the situation and what is known so far. Safe travels, my friend. Please, help me take care of Rick. Don't worry. George drove all the way back to the CDC, taking a detour since the road leading to Atlanta was now starting to become blocked. Looking at the test subjects that had been prepared, Jason made sure they were properly secured. Meanwhile, the group as a whole discussed everything they had just experienced. Something unimaginable is happening. Shortly after parting ways with Jason and leaving the hospital, Shane picked up Lori and Carl and briefly talked about what had happened at King County Hospital. When Lori realized that someone had taken care of keeping her husband safe, she thanked God for their luck. She hadn't expected that a person her husband and Shane had only briefly known would end up saving his life at such an alarming moment. "Shane, when we settle down, we'll never forget this favor. Yeah, if it weren't for him, I really don't know what I would have done today," Shane said emotionally as he drove. "Mom, is Dad okay? That man named Jason is amazing. Is he some kind of special soldier?" Little Carl didn't understand half of what he had heard. He only knew that his father had been rescued by a soldier in his squad. What mattered most to the innocent boy at that moment was which army the heroes who saved people belonged to. Lori lovingly stroked Carl's hair, secretly sighing, thinking that her son was still just a child. But even so, she had to warn him. "Carl, Mom doesn't know either, but you must remember that when we meet that person soon, we need to thank him, okay?" Little Carl nodded vigorously. "Okay, I will, Mom." "Yes, you will, Carl." Shane leaned toward Carl, determined to protect the boy. At that moment, after packing up and getting into the truck, a rather comfortable atmosphere could be felt. What they didn't know was that the urban area of Atlanta had already turned into a hell on earth, and countless people were frantically fleeing toward the outskirts of the city. That same night, Shane and the others found themselves stuck on the road, staring at the endless line of cars ahead of them. Many people even stood on top of their vehicles, trying to get a better look at the situation they were in. Lori took some pieces of bread from a backpack and handed them to Carl and Shane, who discussed their next plan while eating. At that moment, Carl noticed a girl near where he was sitting, staring at the bread in his hand. The longing in her eyes was so strong that even Carl, who was just a child, could feel it. So Carl broke off a piece of bread and casually handed it to the girl. "Are you hungry? I'll give you some of mine. I can't eat that much." "My name is Carl. What's yours?" The girl timidly looked at the bread in Carl's hand, took it silently, and then looked back at her mother. At that moment, the girl's mother also heard Carl's words and turned her head. Seeing this scene, she smiled and said to Carl, "Sweetie, Sophia has food. You don't have to. Thank you, though." Lori also noticed this, turned her head to look at Carl, and gently said, "Carl, don't bother others and just eat quietly. It's okay, the boy is very kind. If it weren't for him, I wouldn't have realized that my Sophia was already hungry. Hello, my name is Carol. This is my daughter, Sophia, and my husband, Ed." Carol always spoke softly, as if she was used to talking that way. Lori nodded politely at Carol's words and introduced Carl and Shane. Then, both sides fell into silence, and when the situation started to feel awkward, Carol spoke up again. "Are you heading to Atlanta for shelter? Or are you going to see some relatives?" "We're heading to a shelter. We don't have any relatives there." Lori slightly shook her head. A dejected look crossed her face as she thought of her husband once again. Carol noticed Lori's expression change, glanced at Shane as if she sensed something, and randomly changed the subject. "We're also heading to the shelter. We should gather more people. After all, no one knows what's happening there. If we have more people, many things will be easier to handle. Do you understand what I mean?" Lori felt that Carol's words made sense, so she turned to look at Shane. Shane had also heard Carol's words, thought about it, and then spoke. "Carol, I think you have a good point. To be honest, I'm a county police officer." Upon hearing the words county police officer, Carol clenched her hands tightly where no one could see, but her expression didn't change at all, and she continued listening attentively to Shane's words. "I think we can use my status to contact some colleagues along the way. That way, no matter what happens in the future, it'll be much better than facing it alone." He's right. It's better to act as a group rather than being separated. With a smile on her face, Carol cheerfully waved before indicating that she would go talk to her husband. Then, she turned and got back into the car. Shane, on the other hand, checked what Jason had given him in the backpack and was surprised by what he found inside. Military rations, medicine, ammunition, and several pistols, among many other important things. Jason was definitely well prepared, and Shane was grateful that he had been willing to help him. Atlanta City, CDC. After many difficulties during the journey, Jason and his group finally arrived at the CDC, but what they saw worried them. At this moment, in front of the center's main entrance, there were many corpses lying on the ground from left to right. There were dead soldiers and a few walkers scattered around. Jason was concerned that something had happened inside the CDC, so he abandoned the idea of clearing the area and told George to drive to the rear garage. How was it possible that the soldiers were wiped out like this? Tommy couldn't believe what he was seeing. They were an advance unit, infantry. I think they had an internal infection that compromised them along with the surrounding walkers. If things have reached this point, it's time to imagine the worst. Tyler felt his hands turn cold. He never thought the situation would escalate to this level. "No, it looks like something is happening." Jason ignored his group's conversation and grabbed the radio. "ZZ, Edwin, are you there?" Jason waited for a while, but there was no response. He grew anxious and ordered everyone to be ready. In an instant, leaving Rick under Tyler's care for the moment, Jason and his group rushed toward the central laboratory. Clear out the infected in the area. Jason wasn't worried about the noise from gunfire, since everyone had silencers. Got it. Everyone spread out and began shooting with precision at the walkers that were slowly approaching. Bang, bang, bang. John, Sam, and the others started eliminating the walkers. Everyone knew something had happened at the CDC. Just as Jason was about to enter his identification to access the inner part of the center, the radio on his chest crackled. ZZ. Jason. ZZ, can you hear me? ZZ. Candace? Where are you? I'm on the 4th floor. ZZ. Be careful, there are people. ZZ. Candace's words quickly painted a scene in Jason's mind, and without hesitation, he swiped his ID card. As the door opened, the radio crackled again, and Candace said, on the 4th floor and in the basement, there are people infected with the virus. Now that his worst fear was confirmed, Jason turned to his group and shouted, move. There's an outbreak inside, and people are infected. We need to clear the area and secure the survivors. Jason didn't know how the virus could have spread inside the CDC, but judging by the people who weren't there before, he assumed the infantry had somehow allowed civilians in. But now wasn't the time to dwell on it. Jason was anxious to save Candace. Everyone moved without a word, but their expressions turned grim. After all, this research center was too important. The CDC wasn't too small, but it wasn't too large either. Jason entered the facility with his team and immediately took the elevator. Turn on your flashlights, Jason ordered in a deep voice. This doesn't look good, Tommy muttered with concern. Stay alert, everyone. The hallway was dimly lit. This time, Jason decided against using a long-range weapon. Instead, he silently drew a knife from his waist and slowed his pace. Tommy, take half the team down the other hallway and clear the area. Understood. Tommy took 2 people and headed in another direction. Walking slowly while scanning his surroundings, Jason heard the distinct growling of walkers, echoing as if they were roaming the 4th floor. There were bloodstains on the walls between the hallways. In the corner of a corridor, a corpse lay motionless. Judging by the clothes, it appeared to be a civilian. This person had been shot multiple times in the head and chest. The shooter must not have been very skilled, as they needed several shots to land a fatal hit. At that moment, Jason confirmed his suspicion. Civilians from the outside had indeed entered the CDC. Jason and the others only glanced briefly before continuing forward. Finally, they came across 2 walkers near the exit of a stairwell on the 4th floor. Sure. Jason signaled for everyone to remain silent and swiftly moved behind the walkers. Crack! The dagger in his hand pierced precisely through the back of the first walker's neck, and blood splattered to the sides. Before the second walker could react, Jason swiftly eliminated it. Wiping the dagger on the walker's clothes, Jason opened the stairwell door and peeked inside. There were no walkers in the hallway. Looks like they're all at the cold storage door, Jason whispered. Then, Billy stepped forward to lead the way. They're all here, boss. Billy and John moved to the sides of the hallway and aimed their assault rifles. Jason also held his rifle at the ready and kneeled down. Looking toward the cold storage door at the end of the corridor, there were no fewer than 10 walkers crowding around it, all seemingly trying to get inside. Knock, knock, knock. Seeing all those walkers, Jason used the barrel of his assault rifle to tap a metal pipe, instantly drawing the walkers' attention. When they turned to see 3 silhouettes aiming flashlights at them, they started moving in their direction. This was exactly what Jason and his team needed at that moment. As soon as the walkers moved away from the door, Jason and his group could eliminate them easily. Once the walkers were clear of the door, Jason, who had been holding his position the entire time, gave the command, "Now, open fire." Bang, bang, bang. Billy and John quickly and precisely shot the walkers in the head. Their shots were steady, and the bullets tore through the walkers' skulls. Blood splattered across the hallway, and within seconds, all the walkers were eliminated with precision. Inform the others that the area has been cleared. Billy nodded and grabbed the radio. Hey Sam, Tommy, how's your side? ZZ. Everything's fine. We took down 2 walkers, and there doesn't seem to be any more traces. Search every corner thoroughly. We can't leave a single one alive. Knock, knock. Jason knocked on the cold storage door and shouted, "Come out. We've taken care of the infected in this area." ZZ. Jason, is that you outside? Yes, it's safe now. Click. The cold storage door slowly opened, and Candace's trembling voice came from inside. Are they all dead? You can come out. It's all over. When the people inside the storage heard it was safe, they finally stopped hesitating and rushed out, all of them in a panic. Their bodies were covered in white mist, and their hair, eyes, and eyebrows were dusted white from the layers of ice that had formed. Jason and the others looked at them with an ironic smile. They checked everyone's condition, but Jason didn't see Edwin and asked, "Candace, where's Edwin?" Candace hugged herself and quickly rubbed her hands together, trying to get the blood flowing again. Hearing Jason's question, she tried to explain clearly. "Edwin, when the infection spread, we got separated. He drew the infected's attention. Edwin might be in danger." After saying just a few words, Candace couldn't hold back her tears. Another researcher beside her, Martha, quickly embraced her and explained, "Many of the infected chased us here, and Edwin suggested we hide in the cold storage." After a brief pause, Martha continued, "The infected were drawn to Edwin, but unexpectedly, when we shut the cold storage door, the noise brought many of the monsters back, and we got trapped too." When Jason heard this, he knew they had to rescue Jenner immediately. He turned to the person in front of him and said, "Billy, stay with them and make sure they're safe." Jason then looked at John and said, "Let's move. We need to find Dr. Edwin." Billy nodded seriously and said, "Don't worry. I'll take care of this place." After Jason and John left, the researchers didn't immediately move to a safer location. Instead, they started checking the surrounding corpses, and soon one of them exclaimed, "Oh God, did you all notice? These infected were killed with headshots. Did anyone share that information with the agents? God, don't scare me like that. How can you shout like that in a situation like this?" Billy gripped his weapon tightly, thinking a walker had gotten back up. After calming down, Billy explained, "Well, Jason told us that as long as we shoot them in the brain, we can eliminate any living being, whether or not they're infected." Hearing this, everyone looked at the bodies and realized there were no wounds anywhere else. They were pleasantly surprised. Candace suddenly said, "It's no surprise. All the security personnel who joined us at the last minute are ex-soldiers. We should be grateful for how capable they are. Let's collect as many samples as possible. They're still valuable." Billy's eyes widened as he watched the researchers move the corpses as if they were handling candy, sorting them from best to worst. "This is disturbing. It's giving me chills." Under Billy's supervision, everyone worked together to carry the bodies, but they still whispered among themselves. When they realized the guards who had been missing for days were ex-soldiers, all the researchers couldn't help but feel a sense of security. Having such skilled people around was definitely reassuring. "Tommy, we have a highly valuable scientist we need to find." As Jason and John ran through the hallways, he reported over the radio. "Got it. We'll move quickly." Under Jason's orders, everyone searched the area rapidly. Although Jason and John sprinted through the hallways, they quickly picked up on Edwin's escape route. Walker footprints were visible on the walls and floor. Turning from one hallway to another, they finally heard the sounds of walkers moving. "Let's take them out." Jason gripped his assault rifle, and as they turned the corner, they fired. Bang, bang, bang. Under the hail of bullets, the walkers ahead fell in rows. The remaining infected turned around upon hearing the gunfire and changed direction. As they closed in on Jason and John, another burst of gunfire was unleashed on the infected. But the shots were clearly audible, meaning the weapon producing them didn't have a suppressor. The gunfire rang out for almost 2 minutes, pausing only briefly when reloading. Jason and John carefully advanced, firing at any remaining infected as they moved along the walls. "Edwin, are you there?" "I'm here. Everything's clear. You can come out." There was a muffled sound, followed by an exclamation inside the room. Then came a noise of tables and chairs being moved. After a long moment, Edwin finally opened the door, clutching his head. His clothes were dirty, and he still had an M41 slung over his shoulder. Jason and John were momentarily speechless. They looked at the weapon Edwin was carrying and asked, "You had a gun. Why were you running? If we hadn't come back, were you planning to just stay trapped here with nothing but that? Even with just a pistol, you could have cleared out these infected." John smirked at the scientist, clearly joking, and added, "I'll have to teach you how to shoot. You're too valuable to let these dead sacks of meat take you out." Edwin looked embarrassed. He scratched his head and stammered, "I don't know how to shoot. None of us do. We fired over a dozen shots in the stairwell just to take down one. I went through so many magazines before you arrived, but honestly, I'm just happy I got a fire gun. The recoil, the adrenaline, it gave me more of a rush than I needed." Jason was too tired to respond. At that moment, Edwin suddenly seemed to remember something and grabbed Jason's arm. His tone quickly turned to panic. At the same time, Jason, who had just calmed down, became alert again. "Now what? What's wrong?" John broke into a cold sweat when he saw Edwin's horrified expression and couldn't help but ask what was happening. "Speak now." Panicked, Edwin grabbed Jason and ran in the direction they had come from, without properly explaining what was going on. Candace and the remaining investigators who were in the center when the infection broke out hid in the cold storage room. I couldn't draw the attention of all the infected. Half of them turned back when I tried to distract them. "Hurry, we need to save them." "Wait, there's nothing to worry about. Everyone is safe right now." Edwin, who was sweating profusely, stopped, and then an expression of relief appeared on his face. As other agents checked every corner of the facility, they walked toward the surviving investigators. On the way, Jason grabbed the radio and contacted the others. They had to give the green light to the agents outside who were clearing the parking lot so they could enter. When they arrived at the cold storage room, Candace was the first to see Edwin approaching and rushed to hug him. The others smiled as they watched the two and then stepped forward to embrace him one by one after they separated. This touching scene had no effect on Jason, who was busy communicating with his agents. This time, more people had returned than were originally registered in the CDC, but at this point, it didn't matter. By the end of the day, all his agents would enter the CDC, some of their family members would join them, and when the opportunity arose, the most essential resources would be relocated much closer to them. "I'll take care of counting the weapons," said Tommy, who was swinging a massive axe. He nodded at the instructions he was given. Seeing that everyone had finished their greetings, Jason asked Edwin directly, "All right, tell me what happened here. Didn't I specifically instruct you not to open the door when we weren't here?" "Their safety is crucial. They can't take that kind of risk unless someone is there to maintain security inside the center," Tommy said with a serious expression. Edwin smiled wryly. Had his efforts not been enough to prove he could keep this place safe? The sight of walkers devouring people had left a lingering fear in everyone. Those who had seen death pass before their eyes in mere seconds would definitely not take such a risk again. That was the only advantage of having survived this catastrophe. It had nothing to do with Edwin. "I was the one who opened the door," Candace cut into the conversation, expressing her apology to everyone. "I'm really sorry. If it weren't for my mistake, this wouldn't have happened, and I wouldn't have put our entire future at risk." No, you made a decision that we all agreed on. No one could have predicted this would happen." After listening to Martha's explanation, Jason realized that a group of people had arrived at the CDC seeking help just as an army infantry unit was battling the walkers. At that moment, Candace decided to take action and let them in. What she didn't expect was that the entire group ended up in conflict long after the door was opened, and not everyone entered the center immediately. The conflict seemed to arise from differing opinions within the group. Some wanted to take control of the place, while others preferred to do nothing but wait. The two factions began attacking each other. Those who wanted to take over the CDC were blocked outside and attacked by walkers. Edwin and the others managed to close the main door, but many of those who had entered had already been killed, and others were severely wounded in areas where they had been bitten. The few unscathed individuals also became infected shortly after, once the dead started coming back to life. Later, security footage revealed that many of the people outside had not moved. When they tried to check through another entrance away from the infected that had entered, both areas full of walkers became compromised and chaos erupted. Panicked, everyone fled to the cold storage room, the most isolated area where they could survive without being infected. People could be dangerous. No, this is entirely their fault, and some of the investigators who died here did so because of their decision to save others, which ultimately led to nothing. Jason was furious. Where was these people's survival instinct? They had sacrificed everything for people who couldn't be saved. Had Jason influenced that decision? He didn't know, but from now on, he would take responsibility for making the entire group mourned what had happened as they reached the main hall. Just as they were about to start cleaning up the area, a noise came from outside. A group immediately looked out the window, only to see a squadron of helicopters flying not far above the sky and a heavily armed force slowly approaching along the main road, leading directly to the CDC. What are these troops here for? The investigators stood by the window, looking outside with excitement. It looks like the soldiers outside were just a reconnaissance squad. It seems the main force has arrived now. As he observed, Jason realized what would happen next. He knew very well that these troops were here to establish a temporary base outside the CDC, assess the status of survivors, and secure the area. As for what came next, there was likely a relevant transfer plan, but that temporary camp was eventually overrun by a massive wave of walkers. Jason had been confused when he saw all the corpses and some of the soldiers' bodies outside the CDC. At first, he thought the soldiers had arrived much earlier, but he never imagined that they had arrived so soon after he reached the CDC. Thinking about the future, Jason didn't dwell on it too much. Right now, his priority was to thoroughly inspect the place and ensure security inside the center. Not long after, Tyler returned to the lab with a nurse, pushing an emergency bed at the same time. Rick was lying on the bed. The others also brought in the bodies that would serve as experimental subjects. These subjects were properly restrained and moved to the laboratory. A room was prepared. The nurse changed Rick's medication, and then she left. The Jenners walked toward them, and Jason explained before they could even ask. This is a friend of mine. He was shot about half a month ago during a shootout with criminals. He's currently in a coma, and, according to the nurse, he's showing no symptoms. I'll take care of him. There's nothing to worry about. The Jenners exchanged glances. They didn't have much to say. After all, they themselves had put the center at risk not long ago, so they could only express their thoughts. Well, now that the CDC's rules and regulations are useless, I suppose this is good news for your friend. But he'll need a blood test. No problem. You can do it as soon as possible. A few hours later, Jason left the room, followed by the scientists, the Jenners. All right, everyone, let's get some rest early today. You're all tired too. Go take a hot bath, rest, and we'll continue our research tomorrow. After saying that, Candace dismissed all the staff who had been working on the cleanup. Jason, during all this time, had been checking every corner of the CDC with his group, searching for any walkers that might have strayed. He couldn't sleep without going through every part of the place at least 3 times. Although many people were exhausted at this point, they were still busy with their work, making them somewhat reluctant to leave. Many remained in front of microscopes, showing no intention of resting at all. That's enough for today. Listen to Candace and get some rest. This day has been full of strong emotions, Jason said with a slight smile, seeing how hard everyone was working to find new clues about the virus. When he arrived at this place and explored it, he noticed that the research room had been moved from the upper floor to the underground level, and the electricity had been cut off on the upper floors, leaving only the lower areas powered. Rick had also been transferred by Jason to an underground room. So far, almost all of Jason's initial arrangements had been set up, and the next step was to wait for Rick to wake up. Jason left Rick's room and walked toward the stairwell. At the stairwell door, he ran into the Jenners. The 3 of them reached a window on the first floor, gazing at Atlanta in the distance, where faint light flickered through the city's buildings. Candace was the first to speak. She looked out the window and murmured, "Is this the end of the world?" Edwin wrapped his arm around his wife's shoulders, silently accompanying her. Jason didn't think much about it and said, "I don't care if this is the end of the world. If it is, we will bring hope to it. As long as we are alive, we can rebuild." Suddenly, massive bursts of flames erupted one after another in the distant city of Atlanta, instantly illuminating the once dark sky. The buildings in the distance became ghostly silhouettes against the backdrop of the flames and were gradually swallowed by the explosions. More fireballs appeared. The city exploded, soon turning into a sea of fire. Are they abandoning the remaining survivors? They're insane. Edwin's grip on Candace tightened unconsciously. Feeling her husband's unease, Candace reached out and took his hand. Jason remained calm and spoke lightly. We can't change the world, but we can change ourselves. At that moment, the radio on his chest began emitting sounds. ZZ. Jason, can you hear me? It's Shane. Have you seen it? Atlanta is finished. Now we have no way to reach a safe shelter. ZZ. Jason, can you hear me? Over. The Jenners were startled by the sudden sound, but felt relieved when they realized it was coming from Jason's walkie-talkie. Picking up the radio, Jason responded, Roger that, this is Jason. There are a lot of things to take care of on my end, and I can't leave at the moment. I suggest you find a place away from the city, not too far from the suburbs, and stay there for a while. I'll come looking for you as soon as I can. Over. ZZ. I understand, buddy. I'm just glad you're okay. Considering that Shane had taken good care of Rick's family at the beginning of the end of the world, Jason was at ease and not at all worried about anything happening to them during this time. To be honest, he had too many problems to deal with here to be concerned about others. If he didn't resolve them soon, he wouldn't be able to think beyond the days ahead. Most of those who felt relieved to see the military outside had no idea. Very few were truly aware that this was just the beginning. That's why Jason had to secure a solid path to achieve optimal objectives in the future. There were so many people who needed to be saved that he preferred not to think about it. Those who crossed his path would have the opportunity to be taken under his care, and if they were a threat, they wouldn't meet a good end. While Jason was thinking about the future, he heard his radio buzz again, and a woman's voice came through, sounding worried. ZZ. Hello, Jason. My name is Lori. I'm Rick's wife. How is my husband? Letting out a troubled sigh, Jason responded, He's fine. I've placed him in a safe location, and he'll be under observation. Don't worry. ZZ. Thank you, Jason. Lori's voice trembled slightly. Unable to control the waves of emotion, she felt upon hearing that the man she loved was safe and sound. She paused for a moment before the intercom buzzed again. ZZ. This is Shane, Jason. I'll find a safe place as soon as possible. We'll stay in touch. Over. ZZ. Copy that. Check the bag I gave you carefully and pay attention to your safety. My team and I will pick you up once the situation is under control on my end. ZZ. You too, buddy. Over. After putting away the walkie-talkie, Jason didn't explain much to the Jenners. He simply said that these people were also his friends. It seems like you're not even used to being thanked. You show a lonely expression whenever that happens. Candace said without looking at Jason. I don't know much about close affection either. That's normal. Edwin spoke, try to relate to this man to whom he owed more than just words of gratitude. Ha ha ha. Jason chuckled quietly. To be honest, whenever he heard about love and affection, he felt an emptiness in his chest, as if those kinds of feelings couldn't exist within him. This was normal for Special Forces soldiers. They were trained for all kinds of situations, increasing their aggression. They had to be effective, brutal, and expert killers, only knowing how to take lives in the best possible way. Maybe that was what kept Jason from being expressive. He had been so busy that he had never thought about his emotional development. There's no time for that. When will we die? And how far will we get? Jason thought, not giving much importance to those feelings. At that very moment, on the outskirts of Atlanta, on a highway some distance from the city, a caravan was slowly moving away. Dale Horvath was sitting in the driver's seat of an RV, his eyes wide open as he looked in the rearview mirror. The massive fireball from a moment ago had caused his pupils to shrink, and cold sweat was dripping down his forehead. In all his years, he had never witnessed a scene like the one that had just unfolded. Oh my God, how could they do that? Boom. Distracted driving often has consequences, especially when following another car. Dale's RV crashed into the vehicle in front of it. It was a miracle that the speed wasn't too high. Two young women stepped out of the front car, Andrea and Amy. However, Dale Horvath didn't even notice. He was staring out the window toward the city. Due to the commotion, the two sisters didn't pay attention to the damage to their vehicle. Instead, they were fixated on the massive explosions erupting in downtown Atlanta. The shocking scene caused countless people to step out of their cars and stare at the burning city of Atlanta behind them. The fireball had engulfed not only a large part of the city, but also the homes of countless people. However, without anyone realizing it, the explosions weren't just happening in Atlanta, but all over the country, in cities like New York, Nebraska, Chicago, and many more. Half an hour after the bombing stopped, the cars on the main road leading into Atlanta had come to a complete halt. Some people began packing their belongings, planning to leave on foot due to the traffic, while others gathered to discuss where to go next. Near Dale Horvath's RV, a group of people had gathered, including Dale, Andrea, Amy, an Asian man, a burly black man, a black woman, two men who looked like bikers, and a family of four. Originally, it was just Dale talking things over with the two sisters and a few others nearby, but more people unknowingly joined them. Dale was still deep in thought. Once the crowd had gathered, he seemed to have found an outlet. His eyes were as wide as copper bells, and the beard at the corner of his mouth quivered as he spoke. This incident was absolutely unnecessary. Let me tell you, if the situation weren't already lost, the military would never have dropped incendiary bombs on the city. This is so immoral. Where are our human rights? Why did they destroy our city? Stupid human rights, old man. They don't care about your damn human rights. What they care about is whether they can save tomorrow. The interests of the rich. Do you understand? The older of the two biker-looking men was full of crude words, which made the surrounding people frown in disgust and step away. Can you show some respect, for God's sake? Andrea stood beside Dale and spoke with some reproach. Merle Dixon grinned maliciously and, with a crazy smile, said, "Oh, sweetheart, I'll listen to you. You know why? Because you're beautiful. I like beautiful women. Who doesn't like beautiful women? Even the old man next to you would be enchanted by a pretty face." A twisted smile appeared on Andrea's face, which immediately turned into an expression of disgust as she turned away. Amy was about to say something, but Andrea grabbed her arm, silencing her. Seeing her sister's expression urging her not to cause trouble, Amy held her tongue, though her face was filled with anger. Dale was equally stunned. His eyes widened even more as he just stared at Merle in surprise. Merle didn't say anything. He just sneered strangely. But Daryl, standing behind him, suddenly spoke up. "I don't care about the nonsense you're saying. Doesn't anyone here want to talk about those damn undead roaming the streets? In my opinion, those people are already dead, so why are they still walking around and trying to eat people?" After saying that, Daryl pointed out, "Is there anyone here who actually cares about that?" Upon hearing this, the Asian boy in the crowd stammered as he spoke about what he had seen and heard. "Speaking of that, in the past few days, I've come across those kinds of undead. They seem incapable of dying. I saw soldiers shoot them dozens of times, yet they could still stand. Some of their internal organs had even fallen out, and they were still able to move freely. You said you saw these things the other day? Did you, Glenn?" The strong-looking black man standing beside him also spoke. "Yeah, to be precise, yes. I heard that roar. Exactly the same. In a residential house long before all of this started. It's total chaos in the city right now. I just hope the army comes to rescue us soon," said the man nicknamed T-Dog. "Don't count on it, Theodore. Haven't you seen how much the military has lost? They're helpless. Otherwise, why would they have bombed the city?" The black woman standing next to T-Dog also spoke, and everyone heard her continue. "I work in the city's urban planning department. A method like this, one that completely destroys a city, is only used as a last resort." "Jackie, are you saying it's pointless to go to another city?" Glenn was well aware of the meaning behind Jackie's words. Jackie remained silent for a moment before nodding. "Basically, yes. All right, let's discuss what to do next. My name is Morales, and this is my wife, son, and daughter. I think instead of worrying about this, we should first discuss how to deal with the current situation." "What do you all think?" said the man standing beside his family of four. "Ah ha ha. How to deal with it? I'll tell you how. Those government bastards can go to hell. My brother and I were born for this kind of world. We can hunt and survive in the wild. As long as everyone listens to us, we'll protect you. What do you think?" As Merle Dixon said this, he lit a cigarette. With smoke drifting from his mouth, he spouted a few more nonsense words, then raised his eyebrows at Andrea with a lewd grin, making her shudder. Just as they were about to turn around and leave, they suddenly heard a deep male voice behind them. I don't think so, and I'm sure the others don't think that's a good idea either. A tall white man stood behind Andrea, looking at everyone with a calm gaze. Before anyone could ask, the newcomer spoke first. Hello, my name is Shane Walsh. I'm a police officer from King County, a suburb of Atlanta. I just overheard your conversation, and I apologize. But I have a lot more information, and I have a place to go. I don't know if you'd be interested. After Jason mentioned the suitcase to Shane, Shane found many interesting things that he hadn't initially paid attention to. Shane is a cop. He must know something we don't. Listen to everything he says. That's the only way we'll be saved. The hushed whispers of several people caught the attention of those nearby, all trying to hear what Shane was about to say. I'm really sorry. I'm here as just another civilian, and I don't have knowledge of what's happening or what will happen in the future. But I can say that I have more information than most, and I don't rule out the possibility that someone might come to our aid if we stay united. As soon as everyone heard him, they felt as if his words had illuminated the abyss they were being drawn into. Shane took advantage of the moment to form a strong group that could help keep his friend's family safe. I'm a victim of this incident, just like all of you. My city was in chaos days ago when I left in search of shelter. Right now, my only priority is the safety of a work companion. But that doesn't mean I don't understand everyone else's situation. Right now, you may be wondering who is in charge of public security. Even though I abandoned my post as one of the last officers, I still have my badge, and I currently have direct contact with a CDC member. Shane wasn't a selfish person. Even though he knew that security could be compromised if someone in the group was infected, he was willing to take that risk, considering the advantages of a large group. I know how to use firearms, and as long as I am able, I will help keep you safe until all of this passes. In our current situation, the worst thing we can do is act alone. Only by joining forces can we form a group, work together, find a temporary shelter, and wait for my friend to contact me. Shane's words were well received by most of those present. Hearing that he had a government contact, they all decided to follow him. Officer Shane, you're right, but I want to ask you something. Do you have a place that can serve as temporary shelter? Morales was more concerned with practical matters. Like many there, his priority was his family's safety above all else. Seeing that it was just a simple question, Shane felt this was a great opportunity. He continued speaking to reassure everyone. I know a good place. It's near a quarry that's been abandoned for many years. The infrastructure has been demolished, making it inaccessible, and very few people go there. After saying this, Shane showed them a map with the route marked. This had been specially prepared by Jason, who had foreseen that something like this might happen. Everyone looked at the map and agreed to follow this plan first. Andrea was the first to raise her hand and said, "Let's go. We have to leave. It's better than being stuck on this road." Glenn also spoke in a serious tone. "I'll go too. I only have food for one more day. I can't stay here waiting for help that will never come." "Yes, but we need to discuss things beforehand to find a truly safe place to settle," Dale added, joining the conversation and expressing his agreement. More and more people raised their hands in approval, and soon the rest followed. "All right, now that we're clear on the plan, let's return to our vehicles and get ready. We'll meet back at the edge of the road once we're set," Shane instructed. He then turned to Dale and added, "Dale, have some people ride in your RV so we can drive with as few vehicles as possible." Shane tapped the side of Andrea's car and continued talking to Dale while pointing at the map. "At some point, take this section of the road. There's an intersection a few hundred meters ahead. Switch to the reverse lane and then head west. I'll be waiting for you there." Dale nodded, fully understanding what he needed to do to reach the quarry. About an hour later, Shane and the others met up with Dale's RV. Shane signaled for them to follow him, and they all headed toward the difficult path. In just under an hour, the group arrived at the quarry Shane had mentioned, a valley surrounded by mountains and trees, with a mountain standing in the center. They reached the top of a mid-altitude plateau and found a relatively flat area where everyone agreed to set up camp. "This place isn't bad. Shane has some foresight. Morales commented as he got out of the car, chatting with Daryl, who simply listened. "We can wait here while things settle down," Shane murmured, a somewhat nervous look in his eyes. Everyone started setting up the camp and dividing responsibilities. They had no idea how long they would be staying there, so mutual cooperation was essential. In the documents Jason had left for Shane, the virus situation and the hopes for a cure were detailed. To be honest, the future looked grim, but he still had hope that this would all be resolved. CDC headquarters, Atlanta, and all of society collapsed in just a matter of days. George stared at the distant buildings, lost in thought. With a mustache, long hair, wheat-colored skin, and dark eyes, he had joined Jason as soon as he heard he could return to service. To be honest, it still felt strange to be back in an institution that allowed him to wield a weapon again. The pay was high, and the requirements were almost non-existent. After learning what he had to do and joining the CDC with the others, he now felt incredibly lucky to be in this place. He had companions, people to talk to, which meant there was still a chance to fight for life, and that brought him comfort. Nicholas frowned. What was happening was unimaginable. He couldn't process the government's decision to bomb the city with missiles and napalm. If this was happening in Atlanta, the same must be happening all over the world. What awaits us now? Nicholas asked with a deep sigh. Hearing his words, Tyler, who was watching the raging fire, felt the situation was truly dire. If the government had resorted to such drastic measures, then the military had completely lost hope in restoring order, hadn't they? In such a short time, society had been consumed by the virus, and it was clear that the world they once knew would never exist again. The only thing left for us is to survive. We have to be strong and grateful for our current situation. Not everyone has the same conditions as we do in this place. While fear gripped some, many others simply watched in silence. The number of walkers was increasing, and it was only a matter of time before things got even worse. Scientists around the world were still fighting to find a cure, while soldiers continued to contain the virus. The elderly had lost all hope and simply waited in silence. On the top floor of the CDC facility, Jason stared out the window with cold eyes, his mind deep in thought, considering all the possibilities. As the sound of gunfire echoed from time to time, his focus remained fixed on only one thing. Emergency broadcast. Attention, attention. It is reported that the virus known as wildfire is spreading at an alarming rate worldwide. Recent reports indicate that security in Atlanta has collapsed. The situation in other regions of the country remains uncertain. Stay tuned for further updates. The World Health Organization, in collaboration with elite teams from several countries such as France, the United Kingdom, Russia, and China, together with the CDC, is working tirelessly to contain the wildfire virus. It is estimated that a vaccine could be available within a minimum of 4 months. We ask for calm and cooperation during these critical times. The government has established multiple refuge points for the civilian population. With martial law in effect, military forces have been deployed to ensure the safety of all citizens and manage the situation regarding the infected. Follow official instructions and proceed to your assigned shelters. The chaos is increasing. We reiterate the call. If you are experiencing symptoms or know that you are infected, report immediately to health authorities. Your decision will not only protect your loved ones, but will also contribute to society's survival. Be brave and die for the living before you kill humanity's hope of returning to what it once was. CDC, Atlanta, days after the bombing. Jason sat in a chair, his left hand gripping a rifle as he watched the camp that had been set up outside the facility, analyzing his odds. A part of him wanted to save the civilians outside, while another part told him to wait. It had been an entire week since the military established itself outside the CDC facility, but according to Daniel's reports, these soldiers would not be able to maintain security for many more days. But Jason had known this from the start. After all, in his past life, this facility had been an important location for those who knew its history. And he knew better than anyone what his priorities were, protecting the facility to avoid losing Candace. If they admitted civilians into the facility now, it would be unfair to the many who could not get in. There wasn't much he could do for the people outside at this moment. Controlling a large crowd would only disrupt his upcoming plans. It is said that to build a new society, the old one must be destroyed, and that comes with making many enemies. He had thought it through, and he would only help the soldiers and civilians outside once the barricades became unsustainable. But for now, he just had to wait until everything settled and start planning what to do next. This is a disaster, isn't it? Hearing the voice beside him, Jason shifted his gaze and saw Tommy, his hands tucked into his vest. Like the others, he was growing anxious from staying inside the CDC for so long. When Jason had first contacted Tommy to have him join his private security company, everything had started as a series of plans that would later change. Over time, he had shared his story with Tommy, and they had become close friends who understood each other better than words could express. Jason knew that Tommy loved music and chewing gum. His favorite pastime was treating people with his limited medical skills. But despite his noble personal interests, his perpetually irritable personality meant he had few friends. That was why Tommy had insisted so much on having Jason as a friend. After all, they were remarkably alike. Looking outside the CDC at the refugee camps, Jason saw families embracing, their faces filled with worry. The soldiers were no different. They all knew firsthand the hell that had been unleashed upon society, and all they could do was hope for the announcement of a cure that had yet to come. Even if we can't do much for those people outside, we need to broadcast valuable information on the radio about how to deal with the infected for the rest of the world. Jason referred to the infected as people, as no one had yet grasped the concept of walkers. Hearing those words, Tommy looked at Jason with wide eyes. He had seen the innocent expression on his friend's face, but he knew better. Deep inside, Jason was a true monster. Tommy felt uneasy about Jason's expression, so he nodded in agreement and said, "We must keep this place secure at all costs. If the scientists discover a cure, all the chaos will end, and people will be able to return to their normal lives. Do you know what will actually happen?" After a moment of silence, Jason placed his hands on the window glass and said, "The order you know will crumble, and what remains will be nothing but the ashes of a forgotten civilization. There will be no rules, no mercy, no humanity. Those who survive will do such atrocious things that even beasts will fear their shadows." Jason scoffed at his younger self, knowing there was nothing exciting about living in a world like this. There was no fun, no thrill, just despair eating him alive. Will it really be that bad? Tommy had always respected Jason, but seeing him like this truly terrified him. Jason, who had been reading a lot lately, looked at Tommy and said, "You know it. The population will shrink, food will become scarce, and desperate people will turn to cannibalism. Betrayal will come from those closest to you." Saying this, Jason paused, looked at Tommy, and grabbed him by the shoulders. "When the time comes, we must create a strong and united society, one that is hard-working and responsible. I hope that by then, you'll be able to help me, Tommy, because I won't be able to do it alone. Will you stay by my side until the end, Tommy?" "Of course, I'll support you wherever you go, Captain. All of us who have followed you until now will continue to do so." That night, as the world slept and silence enveloped every corner of the facility, Jason closed his eyes. But sleep never came. Instead, memories surged through his tense mind, bringing fragments of a past so hazy he could barely piece them together. They were like distant dreams, blurry images of a yesterday that felt foreign, and yet, every morning, when the sun rose over the horizon, those memories returned to him with cruel clarity. They weren't just shadows of what once was, but open wounds that never healed, sensations so vivid they burned into his skin. Jason feared that one day he would forget who he truly was. Secretly, he hoped never to forget. But unfortunately, he was losing memories, making his certainty about what was to come even more vivid. "Give me the strength to walk this path, to build a new world," he murmured, praying to any god who would listen, despite not being religious. For a few seconds, his prayer went unanswered. But he didn't need a... He had learned that faith in others was a luxury he could not afford. For days, he had studied every agent under his command within the CDC. Jason was about to take the next step, so he needed to know the people he had been observing now that the world was collapsing. Their gestures, their words, their deepest fears. He knew what they wanted, what they feared, what made them human, and what made them dangerous. He could not afford the mistake of blindly trusting people he didn't know. He had worked too hard, gathered too many resources, and drawn up plans with surgical precision. Every effort, every sacrifice, every decision made in the solitude of his mind formed the foundation of his future. He would not allow anyone to take away what was rightfully his. Throughout that week, he forced himself to interact more with others. He measured their responses, assessed their loyalties, and searched for the slightest crack in the facade of those around him. And when he promised to make decisions for the good of the group, to take risks before putting anyone else in danger, it wasn't just words. It was a leader's vow to his subordinates. Outside the CDC, dozens of army trucks began loading supplies, and all their engines roared to life. More than a dozen armed soldiers climbed into the vehicles, fear evident on their faces. Just minutes ago, the defenses had been breached by many of the walkers they had been holding back with ease. The unexpected came shortly after. That was the outbreak of an infection within the temporary civilian shelter. "Sergeant, are we abandoning these people?" a soldier asked hesitantly. "We've done everything we can. The defenses of this camp are unsustainable." The middle-aged man didn't even lift his head at the question. Instead, he kept studying the map, searching for a viable relocation point. The soldier said nothing more, shutting the small iron window before leaning back in the passenger seat, watching the chaos unfold outside. What about the CDC's security? Is it really impossible to create a cure in such a short time? Shut the hell up. This decision fills us all with shame. Don't make it any heavier. In the rear compartment, the middle-aged man in special combat gear looked at the soldiers before him and said, "All right, if we evacuate using this route, we'll avoid the main streets. We haven't received any government reports in a week. There's nothing more we can do but retreat. Move out." Several army vehicles began leaving the provisional camp, and the civilians, realizing this, scrambled to find a means of escape. But not everyone put their own survival above their duty. While some soldiers fled, others were giving everything they had to protect the people they had sworn to defend. Bang, 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 boom. The defenses have been breached. Get to the vehicles and start loading people in. We need to get out of here. Understood, Captain. The few remaining soldiers had solemn expressions as they acknowledged the importance of their actions. With eyes full of determination, they responded in unison. Everyone began moving, but they knew this was unsustainable. With the chaos that had just erupted, many had already been infected with the virus. It was only a matter of time before everything collapsed. Bang, bang, bang. Move now. Mom, I'm scared. The soldiers opened fire on the numerous walkers swarming the camp, but the situation was spiraling out of control. "Marcos, we need to fall back now," shouted a sweat-covered black soldier. "Everyone, follow me. Retreat along the planned route and find an exit." Around 30 soldiers moved alongside hundreds of civilians retreating with them. From a distance, they could see that the entire temporary camp had been overrun by walkers. Many had already fallen victim to those monsters' teeth. Bang, bang, bang. Reloading. "Mike, cover me," Marcos shouted as he looked at his comrade, who was positioned far ahead of the rest. "Shit, this is my last magazine, Captain." Mike, the black soldier, glanced at the people behind him, morale at an all-time low. With the military retreating, they had lost a clear defensive line, and chaos consumed everything. There are too many of them. As everyone retreated toward the CDC's main gate, hoping it would open, they struggled to hold their ground, firing at the closest walkers. On the other side of the gate, Jason stood with a team of 50 elite soldiers strategically positioned to contain a potential walker breach, awaiting orders. "All right, we're saving these people." "Understood, Captain." Just as the soldiers who had run out of ammunition were about to lose hope, the gate behind them opened, and a heavily armed group surged forward. Moving past the retreating soldiers, They opened fire on the advancing walkers. Bang, bang, bang. Everyone, get inside now. At those words, dozens of civilians and soldiers rushed into the CDC without a second thought about the people who had come to their aid. Jason, leading the advance group, aimed with precision and fired at the slow-moving walkers. He still couldn't believe how these creatures had overwhelmed armies armed with powerful weaponry. "Captain, everyone's inside," Billy shouted loudly. "Good. Fall back." Not wanting to waste more ammunition, Jason stopped firing and stepped inside the facility to face the next challenge. Once inside, whether soldier or civilian, everyone was deeply grateful. But at that moment, the highest-ranking soldier among them stepped forward and murmured, "Thank you for opening the door. You saved many lives when that wasn't your responsibility." Jason ignored the black man's words and instead focused on the civilians gathered in the massive reception hall. "I'm relieved to know everyone is safe. Yes, it all happened so suddenly." After recovering from the shock, the black soldier, named Mike, took a closer look at the elite unit that had saved them from the walkers, wondering who they were. If they were from the CDC, they shouldn't be this heavily armed. "All right, everyone will undergo a blood test." Removing his mask, Jason spoke clearly and firmly. "Now, I'm going to ask 2 questions, one for the soldiers and one for the civilians." Sensing something unusual, Mike and his friend Marcos looked at the man speaking. "My name is Jason. I risked my life to save all of you under my responsibility. Now, my job is to maintain security in this facility. So I ask you, will you remain soldiers or will you become civilians?" Jason observed the soldiers, their faces frozen in shock. The emotions they had just experienced had clearly taken a toll on them. And for the civilians, courage is indispensable in this facility. Nothing will be given for free. You must prove your worth to stay here. Do you agree that we all must help one another? If some of you wish to stop being soldiers, you may become civilians, whom we will protect. But for those who want to be useful, believe me, there is plenty of work to be done here. Jason paused before adding, "But if you choose to remain soldiers, you will follow my orders." Absolutely. Official statement. Current situation and emergency measures. Source: Center for Disease Control and Prevention, CDC. To all citizens, this is an urgent announcement regarding the latest developments in the ongoing health crisis. In the past few hours, containment forces have suffered numerous casualties in a desperate attempt to slow the spread of the virus. Despite coordinated efforts, the infection continues to expand, leading to an escalation of the national emergency. The Center for Disease Control and Prevention, CDC, reports that in case of exposure to the virus, it is crucial to act quickly and take drastic measures to minimize the risk of transmission. It has been confirmed that if a person is infected in vital areas of the body, such as the torso, neck, or head, the infection is irreversible and no effective treatment is currently known. However, in cases of bites or wounds localized to the limbs, the only chance of survival is the immediate amputation of the affected area. This must be done within the first few minutes after infection to prevent the virus from spreading through the bloodstream. Subsequently, the wound must be cauterized immediately to reduce the risk of secondary infection and improve the chances of survival. The population is strongly advised to stay informed through official channels and avoid contact with infected individuals. Cooperation and quick decision-making can mean the difference between life and death. Stay safe. Center for Disease Control and Prevention, CDC. To the entire population, this is a high-priority message issued by the Center for Disease Control and Prevention, CDC. It has been confirmed that infected individuals, once their vital activity has ceased, completely lose their humanity and fall into a state of instinctive aggression induced by the virus. According to previous research, these individuals no longer possess consciousness or memories and act solely under the impulses of the infection. It is strongly recommended to immediately eliminate anyone who has succumbed to the virus. The most effective way to neutralize them is to aim directly at their head, as the brain is their primary weak point. To all survivors, remember that you have a crucial advantage over the infected. You are stronger, faster, and, most importantly, smarter. Your ingenuity is the key to enduring in this devastating scenario. Stay united, plan your movements, and never let your guard down. Once the virus invades the body, there is no chance of recovery. The CDC continues working tirelessly in search of a cure. In the meantime, your priority is to survive and resist. Every day you stay alive is another step toward the possibility of finding a solution. Do not give up. Persist. Fight. This radio broadcast has been aired under the CDC's alias by Jason's orders, hoping to reduce the chances of an outcome he already knew too well. But he was not entirely desperate, and now the situation at the CDC in Atlanta had changed. The facility housed over 100 active soldiers, more than half of whom belonged to special forces. Among the civilians were police officers, security guards, and firefighters, many of whom had previously served in military. Training them wasn't difficult. After all, using a firearm is easy. As for the other civilians who had joined the facility, they worked in various areas to keep the place running. Including scientists, guards, and civilians, the CDC had a total of 217 people. With proper supply regulations and food distribution, everything was running smoothly. Jason had taken the time to carefully observe the survivors who entered his territory. He studied them, and he even learned their names. After the military abandoned the temporary shelter, they left behind many valuable resources that Jason couldn't ignore. In the following days, he gathered machine guns, military vehicles such as Humvees, tanks, and trucks, as well as weapons, essential supplies, and various equipment. The resources left behind by the soldiers in their attempt to flee proved to be extremely beneficial for Jason's group. While the remaining walkers were eliminated, the area was thoroughly cleaned to prevent infections and diseases. After some time, the facility was completely cleared and the corpses were incinerated. The resources were transported to the 5th floor of the CDC and the parking lot. For now, Jason's authority was absolute. Everyone looked up to him, believing he was capable of things others could not. His vision of future events was the best, and he was always prepared for any situation that might arise. In the command center, Tyler ensured that the broadcasts changed daily so that those still fighting for survival would not lose hope in the government. As everyone gradually adapted to life inside the CDC, Jason was making preparations to receive new survivors. According to him, the reach of refuge announcements should be limited, ensuring a controlled number of newcomers within his ranks. Jason was highly intelligent and had established certain restrictions moving forward. Survivors who arrived would be subject to strict rules. He was not a savior, and if people wanted his protection, they needed to be useful in some way. Upon settling in the CDC, all newcomers were required to undergo a 1-week isolation period while they learned about the facility and its regulations. If they failed to follow the rules or cause trouble, they would be expelled. And for those who sought to cause more than just trouble, their end would come swiftly. In the blink of an eye, nearly 40 days had passed since Jason returned to the CDC. During this time, he had contacted Shane on multiple occasions, keeping him informed about the situation. He also took charge of resource runs while training soldiers on the proper way to kill walkers. Today, there were 200 people capable of using firearms, practically soldiers under Jason's command. They had all learned the importance of rules and the necessity of working to earn the benefits they received. Those who were not part of security teams had other crucial jobs. Some possessed skills that were not yet useful, such as farming or hunting, and they were usually assigned to cleaning duties. Jason was extremely strict and observant when categorizing everyone at the facility. As of today, the CDC housed a total of 418 people. On multiple occasions, Jason had led the new soldiers on expeditions. Every time they returned, they brought back resources. By ensuring sustainability, Jason could keep this group under his wing. He knew he couldn't act alone, especially as finding trustworthy people became increasingly difficult. Although Shane and the others struggled at the quarry, they managed to survive. Since it was the beginning of the end of the world, Glenn and the rest had also managed to gather a good harvest in the city's outskirts. Jason had heard that they were planning to head downtown, a place they hadn't ventured into in recent days. Jason secretly calculated the time. It should only be a few days before Rick wakes up, and all signs pointed to the beginning of the story. But this was something Jason had disregarded long ago. For now, he couldn't afford to consider those factors while he was focused on creating a strong... Jason arrived at the garage and inspected the numerous vehicles inside. There were 20 Humvees, all armed with functional machine guns, 10 M1 Abrams tanks, and several military trucks for transporting people or supplies. The arsenal in Jason's hands was more than enough to keep the refuge secure. As long as he remained cautious, nothing bad would happen here. Looking at the RV he had prepared and specifically modified, it was ready to be deployed at any moment. Now, it had been equipped with a heavy machine gun. Now, when Rick woke up from his coma, Jason would be ready to meet Shane's group and consider his next steps. On a specific floor of the basement was the staff dormitory. The upper floors had also been prepared for people to rest. Rick, who had been in a coma for almost 2 months, slowly woke up. In reality, he had not been in a deep coma, but his senses of the outside world were severely dulled. He vaguely knew that something had happened around him while he was unconscious, but he couldn't remember after suddenly trying to think about it. Almost 2 months of bed rest had slowed his body down a bit, but thanks to the good care he had received in this place, he was much better. That allowed Rick to sit up, looking at his hands and touching his abdomen. He clenched his fists and felt every corner of his body. "Is anyone there?" A hoarse voice came from his throat. 2 months of silence had made his throat feel a bit uncomfortable. Just as he was about to call out again, he felt a tickle in his throat. Cough, cough, cough. The violent coughing fit left Rick momentarily breathless. He turned to the side, trying to get some water, but the strength in his legs was weak, and he collapsed straight to the floor. The door to his room opened, and the nurse followed by Jenner entered. When they saw Rick lying on the floor, they immediately stepped forward to help him up. After making sure Rick wasn't injured, the nurse began checking his condition. "Rick, right? You've been in a coma for a long time." Candace smiled at Rick, giving him a reassuring expression. Rick was filled with doubts and was about to ask something, but Jenner pulled out a radio and said, "ZZ, Jason, your friend is awake." "Got it, I'll be right there." Only a man's voice came through the radio. Just 2 minutes later, footsteps were heard outside the door, and a rugged-looking man with a strong build, messy black hair, and a uniform entered the room. Rick suddenly felt that this person seemed familiar. He had definitely seen him somewhere before. "Hey, Rick, do you remember me?" Jason changed his serious expression to a friendlier one, walked toward the bed, and glanced at the medical report. "Who are you? I think I should know you." Rick searched through his still confused memory, and Jason's face gradually overlapped with a person he recalled. "You were the one who took action against that thief. Oh, what was your name?" Rick clumsily patted his head. "Don't force it. I'm Jason. Although we didn't interact for long, you should remember me." "How's the preliminary checkup?" Jason asked, looking at the nurse. "Yes, Jason. I remember now. I feel fine. There's no need to check my condition." Candace suddenly spoke up from the side. "I think you should let them check your condition. You've been in a coma for a long time, and we need to assess how well you're recovering." Rick silently nodded when he heard this and obediently lay down. After an inspection, the nurse removed the stethoscope and said with a smile, "Rick, congratulations. You're in great health, and your recovery is complete." Originally, when Rick woke up among the undead, his wounds hadn't fully healed, but that was because medicine and nutrition had been insufficient. Many might say it was unreasonable for Rick to have survived after being in the hospital for 2 months. But in reality, it was possible due to various factors that had not been known at the time. While everyone was busy surviving, the hospital in King County remained occupied for the following month. Even after the outbreak, there were people in King County helping the patients. The patients in the hospital died one by one due to a lack of medicine, but some continued to care for the remaining ones. A large number of walkers gradually gathered in one particular room, the same room where Rick later saw the words, "Dead inside, do not open," after waking up. Now, thanks to the good care he had received, Rick was recovering well, and his wounds had long since healed. Finally, once the inspection was over, Rick asked the question he had been holding in for so long. Jason, where am I? Where's my family? Why am I here with you? Rick fired off a series of questions, none of which he could answer himself. Patting Rick on the shoulder, signaling him to lie down first, Jason said, Rick, your family is fine, and Shane is alive. Don't worry, I'll tell you everything that happened. Jason then briefly recounted to Rick what had happened over the past few days, from the moment he was shot to the moment he woke up. Rick held his head in disbelief. He couldn't believe he had been unconscious for a full 2 months. Edwin Jenner also added from his side, when Jason and his people brought you here, I thought you were a test subject and infected. You really have to thank him. Thanks to Jason, you received care under conditions that are nearly unthinkable in today's world. Many thought you wouldn't wake up, but Jason was convinced you would. Rick slowly sat up, placed his hands on Jason's arm, and said solemnly, Jason, I don't know how to thank you. I owe you my life. Yes, you owe me your life. Jason kept a serious expression and repeated Rick's words in the same tone. The two men stared at each other for a few seconds before Rick couldn't help but laugh, followed by Jason. Ha ha ha. Their bond deepened through laughter, and a sense of trust began to form, one that needed no words. Jenner and Candace exchanged glances and smiled. In these times filled with death and betrayal, this kind of mutual kindness felt incredibly valuable. Jason signaled for Rick to wait a moment, then took the radio from his vest and pressed the button to transmit. ZZ. Shane, this is Jason. Do you copy? Over. ZZ. Copy that. Jason, this is Shane. What's going on? Over. ZZ. I think you should call Lori over. Over. ZZ. This is Lori. I'm right next to the radio. What happened? Did something happen to Rick? Lori's voice carried a hint of worry. Jason didn't respond directly. Instead, he handed the radio to Rick, who was visibly emotional beside him, and said, Take your time. ZZ. Lori, it's me. ZZ. Rick's hand trembled slightly as he held the radio. Learning what had happened during this time terrified him. Thankfully, his wife and son were safe. ZZ. Oh, thank God. You finally woke up. Do you have any idea how worried Carl and I have been? Lori's voice cracked with emotion. ZZ. I'm sorry, Lori. I'm so sorry. I shouldn't have been gone so long. I should have been there to protect you. Listen, I'll come find you tomorrow. Just wait a little longer. Rick displayed the responsibility of a man, something Jason deeply admired. The reason Rick had become the most popular character in his entire story was because his temperament and decisive personality made him the perfect example of someone who would do anything for his loved ones. Rick didn't say much more. He just asked Lori about her recent situation and then handed the radio back to Jason. ZZ. Shane, things are calm on my end, and I can now leave without worrying about the CDC safety. Get ready. We'll be there tomorrow. The next day, the clock struck 7 sharp, and Jason instinctively woke up. He stared at the ceiling of his small room and took a deep breath. Today seemed like a day full of things he didn't usually do very often. But today would be the day he started expanding and ignoring the surrounding situation. As he got dressed, Jason looked at himself in the mirror with a serious expression. To be honest, he had never struggled much to communicate with others, mainly because he was the only one who knew what the future had in store for them. The pressure of never failing followed him wherever he went. I won't make any mistakes. Jason repeated these words every morning without fail. Once he was ready, he left his room and headed to the command center. The place and the paperwork had changed, and Jason had assigned Tyler the task of monitoring the area through the security cameras. As for the others, the soldiers routinely cleaned the surroundings of the CDC and collected important resources. The ranks and security measures remained clear. Civilians were just that and had to contribute to keeping the place running. Meanwhile, soldiers or people with weapons training were ranked slightly higher than those who always stayed sheltered. Get ready to head out. We have a long journey ahead, and we will be selecting the survivor routes that are in contact with us. But keep one thing in mind. There is always a risk factor, and that is an ambush by guerrillas, Jason said, surprising the others. He, better than anyone, knew about thieves, traitors, and murderers who would kill them for a slice of bread. That was why he was always one step ahead. As the observer, there were very few things that escaped his notice during his short trips after returning to the CDC. Are we starting phase 2 now? Tommy showed a certain degree of excitement as he said this. After all, he had grown bored of simply eliminating walkers around the building. This phase 2 implied expanding their search for resources and obviously survivors who needed their help. Don't underestimate the walkers. Let's move out, Jason ordered with a serious look, as this time he planned to take half of the soldiers under his command, most of whom had had little contact with the outside world. Some of them weren't even real soldiers. They had undergone training for a month to prepare for survival with the best tools available. As a leader who never ordered anything he wouldn't do himself, Jason always took the lead on expeditions. Through these missions, he got to know the people who had decided to keep protecting others based on their own actions. "I'll gather the team, sir," said Mike, the black soldier Jason had saved when the temporary shelter outside the CDC had been abandoned by the military. With a group of 40 people, Jason looked at all of them with a serious expression and said, "Here's the situation. We're heading to King County to search for resources and survivors. After that, we'll move to Atlanta and take a detour from there." "Understood. Prepare the vehicles. We leave in 10 minutes. "Yes, sir." Looking around, Jason sighed and walked toward the exit. Turning to Mike, who seemed very serious, Jason said, "The trip should be smooth, but remember, fear the living, not the dead. Those walkers are slow and brainless. You just need to keep your eyes open so we don't run into a horde." "I understand, sir," Mike nodded. Since joining Jason's command, he had learned a lot about the walkers. The area outside the CDC had been cleared weeks ago, and all walker bodies had been burned far from the site. At the moment, at least the immediate surroundings of the CDC were free of corpses. Although a few bodies were still scattered around, those were just the kills from the day before. At that moment, Rick and Jason, along with the other soldiers, boarded different vehicles and drove out of the CDC's garage. Seeing the walkers approaching the convoy, Jason pointed out, "Rick, the people infected by the virus are no longer human. You need to remember that." As Jason watched the designated route, a series of gunshots rang out not far from their position, followed by the sound of a higher caliber weapon, likely a rifle. "I get it." The gunfire startled Rick, and he turned his head to look out the window in the direction of the sounds. However, there were too many buildings in the way, and it seemed like the shots were coming from farther than he had initially thought. Jason, noticing this, folded the map and gripped his assault rifle. Picking up the radio, Jason reported, "Even though bullets can't penetrate the armor, be cautious of a bigger attack." "Roger that." The previous night, Jason and Rick had discussed their plans for today. Their first stop was the police station in King County to collect any remaining weapons and ammunition. Even though Jason had plenty of resources stored in various supply caches, he wasn't in a rush to take everything at once, so anything they could gather was welcome. Another reason for this trip was to pick up some survivors who had taken shelter in the county's buildings. Jason had occasionally received radio transmissions from them. Although the road leading to King County was blocked, the opposite lane was clear. Occasionally, they passed a few abandoned vehicles, but they didn't significantly slow down their progress. It didn't take long for them to reach the town, and there weren't many walkers around, perhaps because the townspeople had already left in search of refuge, leaving very few infected behind. Rick looked around and couldn't help but sigh helplessly. After mentioning his house, the convoy took a detour onto the street where Rick's home was located. Upon stopping, everyone got out of the vehicles, and Jason walked quietly down the street. "Jason, I'm going inside for a quick look. I need the key to the police station." "Wait here," Rick said before entering the house with an M1911 that Jason had given him. Jason walked toward a building in the distance, peering through the windows. He then raised his hands and called out, "It's safe to come out. We're here to take you to a safe place." As soon as he finished speaking, Mike and some soldiers hurried to his side. Looking at Jason, Mike quickly asked, "Are they survivors?" Glancing at the houses, Mike noticed numerous eyes staring at them in silence. His heart pounded as he shouted, "There are survivors. Prepare the truck for immediate evacuation." Seeing Mike so agitated, Jason explained, most of them are elderly people who couldn't escape due to the chaos. Places like this exist all over the country. Fortunately, we've managed to contact some of them, and this seems to be one of the many shelters. If we didn't care about their future safety, they would likely starve to death. There aren't too many of them. Get them into the trucks and check for any injuries. I'm on it. Hearing Jason's words, Mike agreed. These were difficult times, and nowadays, few were willing to take in elderly survivors. It was surprising that Jason approved of rescuing the elderly. But then again, if they didn't save them now, who would be there to save them when they grew old? Jason didn't follow Mike to help evacuate the survivors. Instead, he walked along the edges of the street, drew his dagger, and silently took down several walkers one by one. Crack! Black blood oozed from their brains, staining the ground. After being stabbed in the neck, they stopped moving. He then walked into the yard in a nearby house and tuned his radio to a specific channel before speaking. We are here to evacuate people. It is safe to come out. The second-floor window suddenly opened, and a dark-skinned boy leaned out, waving at Jason before rushing down the stairs. Not long after, the front door opened, and a family of 3 stepped out. Jason recognized them immediately. Morgan, his wife Jenny, and their son Dwayne. Jason, they're here. Morgan hugged Jason with a smile on his face, and Jenny also stepped forward to embrace him. Hello, Mr. Soldier. Dwayne approached alongside his mother and greeted Jason. Jason smiled, patted Dwayne's head, then turned to Morgan and said, Morgan, Jenny, I didn't think there would be so many survivors in this place after our last communications. To be honest, I didn't expect you to come back through here so soon. If it weren't for you and your group, Jenny wouldn't be with us. Morgan was pleasantly surprised by Jason's arrival. The first time they met, Morgan was fleeing from walkers with his family, but they got trapped in the middle of the horde due to traffic. Just when he thought he would lose his family, Jason and his group had appeared and taken out all the walkers. Jason had promised to come back and rescue them, and since receiving his message less than 12 hours ago, Morgan hadn't expected him to arrive so quickly. Morgan, we are passing through King County and have decided to take all the survivors you've gathered here with us. After saying this, Jason continued, Today, I can take you to a place where you'll be safe. It's too dangerous to go out searching for supplies every day. This time, we're heading to Atlanta for another group of survivors, but first, we'll split up. I believe that the more people we have, the better we can rebuild. Just as Jason was speaking, Rick stepped out of a nearby house. Seeing a stranger, he hesitated for a moment before approaching. Jason, do you know them? Rick asked, looking at the 3 people in front of him, a family just like his own. Jason turned to Rick and said, This is Morgan, Jenny, and Dwayne. I met Jenny with my group and I passed through here before. We stopped and took care of some walkers before we parted ways. After speaking, Jason introduced Morgan's family. This is my friend, Rick. It's obvious he's a cop, one of the good ones. When Morgan saw Rick's police uniform, he could roughly guess his identity, and upon hearing Jason's introduction, he nodded at Rick in a friendly manner. Rick still eyed Morgan cautiously and asked hesitantly, This house, it belongs to someone else. Morgan simply nodded and said, We never saw the original owners. The house was empty when we arrived. Just as the conversation was about to continue, Mike approached Jason and reported, Sir, the civilians and their belongings have been loaded onto the truck. There are 18 people, most of them elderly. Get ready to move out. Jason ordered in a serious tone. Staying in one place for too long was never a good idea. Understood. Mike acknowledged before stepping back and giving a brief salute. Quickly, he withdrew and began instructing the soldiers to prepare for departure. Jason noticed the surprised expressions on the others' faces and said, Even though it may not seem like it, I'm a retired soldier, and I'm currently protecting a CDC center that's still operational. That's good news. I'm glad there's still some of the military left on the streets of this country, Morgan said with a relieved smile. Rick was surprised that Jason, who looked so young to have such a background, was maintaining the security of a refuge. Jason lowered his hands and glanced at his watch. It was already past 8 in the morning, and as his fingers tapped on the dial, Rick understood that it was time to go. He turned around and walked toward the car. King County Police Department, Armory. Boom. The King County Police Station was completely empty, and a group of people quickly made their way to the ammunition storage. There are far fewer weapons here, Rick exclaimed as he stepped inside the armory. The group quickly moved to the deepest part of the storage room. There were still plenty of firearms and some bullets left in the weapon racks. Everyone hurriedly gathered weapons and ammo. Rick holstered his Colt Python revolver and picked up a Remington 700, handing it to Morgan. Rick said, "It may not look like much, but it's a very accurate weapon." Morgan took the rifle, aimed it to the side as a test, and nodded. "If we're done here, let's move out," Jason said with a slight smile. Finding new weapons always felt good. A few hours after regrouping with the other battalions, Jason sent the less skilled survivors to the CDC. After looking at the equipment Jason and his soldiers had, Rick, who had insisted on taking all the weapons from the police station, murmured, "Well, I guess you don't need weapons. You're well prepared." That doesn't change the fact that we'll take weapons from different warehouses. Anything that can kill is welcome to us. Everyone began moving the equipment into the storage area, and in an instant, they carried off 3 large bags of weapons. Various other items were loaded onto the cargo trucks, to be used only if necessary. Jason had been in communication with several cleanup and resource extraction teams stationed in the surrounding areas. One of the reasons he was in the county near the city was because survivors could be found and rescued more easily here. He had left that task to Morgan, and now that he knew the ideal moment had come to take more action, he decided to start making bold moves. Seeing the elderly civilians in a military truck, Jason didn't hesitate. He decided to send them to the center first, allowing them to rest and recover from the stress of not knowing how much longer they might survive. "All right, let's get out of here." Once the orders were given, everyone got into the cars and trucks, leaving the place behind in a cloud of dust. Sitting in the passenger seat, Jason ensured everything was in order. As the one giving the orders, he led the way back for the main convoy. Around 10 in the morning, the group split into 2. The first headed directly to the CDC with most of the resources, while the second, led by Jason, went to rescue Shane's group. Looking out the window as they got closer to their destination, Jason picked up the radio and spoke in a serious voice. Shane, we're heading toward Atlanta. Is everyone ready to be picked up?" A short time later, Shane's voice came through the radio. "We're not all here. Part of the group went out for supplies a few days ago and hasn't returned yet. They're still in the city. Then we'll pick them up first and come back for you afterward. Be careful." An irrational decision? Not for Jason, who knew all too well that the course of events could change now that he was here. That's why he was willing to take on responsibilities that might not be the smartest. Any small change, no matter how minor, had to pass before his eyes, or he wouldn't notice the difference between today and what lay ahead in the future. That sounds good to me. Hearing Jason's decision, Rick also nodded. From what he understood, that group of survivors was with his wife, and although his desire to reunite with his family was strong, he couldn't help but feel grateful to those who had stayed with his loved ones all this time. He also wanted to see what condition the city was in. Maybe it was even better than King County. As for the soldiers, someone like Tommy, for example, was thrilled to venture into danger and see with his own eyes just how bad the rest of the world had become. With the plan set, 2 trucks and 2 Humvees with mounted machine guns drove toward Atlanta. Based on the information displayed on the map, their marked route shouldn't be far from the mall where Glenn and the others had gone. Jason analyzed the location and, after determining that it wouldn't be wise to proceed with such a large group, decided to leave the main team behind. After all, he didn't want to risk his entire team on an idealistic mission fueled by his own arrogance. Looking at Morgan, who had chosen to follow Jason as a way to thank him for saving his family, he said, "Morgan, go up to the upper cabin using the stairs. There's a good vantage point. You can keep an eye on the surroundings for now. Before we return, you can help protect this place along with the other soldiers." After giving his instructions, Jason took Rick and 2 other soldiers to the shopping mall. In truth, Jason hadn't wanted to visit Atlanta, but he was obligated to do so. He vaguely remembered that there was a group of good-hearted refugees in Atlanta, and if he took Rick straight to the camp, Glenn and the others might not make it out alive. Keeping this in mind, Jason wanted to see what the city was like and sharpen Rick's survival skills. Following Jason's instructions, Morgan found the entrance to the mezzanine on the roof, settled in firmly, and continued observing the surrounding area through the shooting port. At that moment, Jason, Tommy, and another soldier, all dressed in black tactical uniforms, prepared to head out. As for weapons, they were all equipped with modified M4s, several double magazines on their vests, and pistols at their waists. Rick was still wearing his county sheriff's uniform, with a pistol holstered at his waist and a machete in hand. Considering that firepower shouldn't be necessary, everyone carried melee weapons to ensure a quiet approach. The spot where they got out of the vehicle was still some distance from the shopping mall Shane had mentioned. There were relatively few walkers outside the city, which didn't pose too many obstacles for the four of them. Influenced by those around him, Rick attempted to use his machete to take down walkers that weren't particularly dense along the way. After all, they were aware that even a silenced gunshot could cause unnecessary trouble. After walking for about half an hour, the four finally approached the mall marked on the map. Keep your eyes open in all directions. Any alley could be our escape route, Jason reminded them, his sharp gaze scanning the surroundings. Understood, boss. The city seems relatively empty, Tommy said, glancing around with slight nervousness. Look, the area is full of useful weapons and resources the military left behind. After we bring everyone out this time, we should plan to clean this place thoroughly and transport those heavy weapons to the CDC. As he walked beside Jason, Tommy spoke with the soldier about future plans. Jason had been very careful and had taught everyone that whenever they could secure valuable resources, they should take everything, even if it didn't seem useful at the moment. All those heavy weapons lying around could eventually fall into enemy hands. So, to prevent that, they needed to expand their cleanup operations. Now that Jason was in this world, he paid attention to even the smallest details, ensuring nothing slipped past him. No matter which group or community he encountered, when the time came, he would have more tanks and weapons than they did. If they had more members, he would have highly trained soldiers in his ranks. Jason only wanted to see who, in the future, would dare to challenge him. Anyone who failed to adapt to the new order or sought to harm a stabilized society. He would cut them to pieces or riddle them with so many holes they wouldn't know where they were breathing from. Crack! Rick's machete split the forehead of a walker next to a truck. He lifted his leg and kicked it off, then turned his head and asked with uncertainty, "Why are you collecting so many weapons? Isn't it enough to have a few for self-defense? I saw that the CDC even has tanks outside." Jason and Tommy turned their heads and looked directly at Rick. Seeing that everyone was staring at him, Rick seemed uncomfortable. Just as he was about to speak, the soldier beside him, who had remained silent, answered the question. "I'd say it's like candy. When the candy is delicious and there's less and less left in the jar, the people who love that candy will fight with all their might for what remains." What would you do? It was a perfect way to describe how those with more weapons would have food on their table. Rick frowned, thinking carefully as he processed the message, and said, "But if there's no food, we can grow it. As long as there are people, there shouldn't be a problem surviving." That's your way of seeing things. There are many ways of life trying to survive. Maybe someone else would choose to steal food, another might try to intimidate or threaten to get what they want. Those who don't want to harvest food might even resort to cannibalism. Have you thought about that? Hearing this, Rick said nothing as he mulled it over. It's not that you haven't thought about it. You just don't want to believe it. The end of the world will reveal the darkest side of human nature, and all it takes to see those scenarios unfold is time. After saying that, Jason smiled and pointed out, "That's something we can't change, but we can take care of ourselves and our people to avoid those problems. I understand what you're saying, but I still firmly believe there are more good people than bad. All men are bad, Rick. All humans are selfish. The sooner we accept that this world has gone to hell, the sooner we'll learn to survive," Tommy said, repeating something Jason had taught him and that he had come to learn for himself. As they talked, they neared the shopping mall, which had been built on the outskirts of the city. The group of four kept moving forward, clearing walkers along the way, and soon Jason spotted a tank parked at an intersection. This was so familiar. Jason walked to the side of the tank and motioned for Tommy to help him climb up. Seeing this, Rick whispered urgently, "Hey, what are you doing? We need to keep moving." Gesturing for Rick to wait, Jason quickly entered through the hatch on top of the tank. In less than a minute, he popped his head back out, grinning at Rick as he held up the items in his hands. Rick took a closer look and saw that Jason had found an M9 pistol and a grenade. He gestured for Jason to climb down quickly. "Resources are valuable. I think this is my new obsession," Jason murmured, earning smiles from his companions. But at that moment, bang, a gunshot rang out from somewhere above their heads, and Jason quickly turned to scan the surroundings. Bang, bang, locate the shooter's position immediately, Jason ordered as he jumped down from the tank and took cover. Always on high alert, he suspected those shots were aimed at them. The gunfire sounded like it came from a single-shot rifle. Rick turned his head, scanning the area, but what he saw was a large number of walkers emerging from a distant corner. "Move to the alley on the right," Tommy shouted as he cleared the path. "Rick, let's go." Jason grabbed Rick and pulled him along as they all ran into the alley. Bang, bang, bang. Rick drew his pistol and shot the three walkers crawling toward his feet, one by one. "Climb the ladder." Tommy and Jason fired precisely at the heads of the approaching walkers. Rick was helped up by the other soldier, and then Jason ordered Tommy to climb next. If the gunshot from earlier was what he thought it was, and assuming things were happening as he remembered, it had probably been fired by Merle from the rooftop, which meant Glenn was likely nearby. But Jason didn't like guessing. He preferred not to assume or confuse what he knew with the reality he was living in. Everything felt strangely familiar, yet he could only recognize certain details from vague memories. Few things were exactly as he remembered, especially when it came to events like these.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500-plus novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.